The Doug Hogan Story. My Uncle Doug Hogan was an ex-Green Beret. He came home clearly a changed person. A few years after returning, he would move to California, but he would come back to visit Dad and I often to go fishing. He flew in one weekend, and he was leaving on a Sunday to take Dad back to see Metallica on a Monday night in California. When he arrived, we picked him up at the airport and went and got supplies to go fish the Ohio River at night. We arrived and set up and got a good fire going. You had to have a good one, or you couldn't see. It was too open of an area. We had everything set up and were fishing, but nothing was hitting that night, so we decided to have a couple cold ones and catch up. The conversation got deep, fast, as they always did. Doug didn't mess around, and he got to the seriousness of the subject right off the rip. He didn't bullcrap around at all. He was open and honest. It's just how he was. No bullcrap, keep it real 1,000%. But being a Green Beret with 4 tours in Vietnam, that was his motto. Let's get it out there, then debate it if need be, but it would be resolved. He started to tell us. He said, "Junior, don't ever join the military. It'll be all bad. Look how they did us veterans." He said that during his 4 tours in Vietnam that they were thrown into a crap storm and were told to adapt, and that he had done crap that he couldn't believe he did, but he had no choice in the matter, taking out everyone and everything that was a threat. He said that everything the government covers up is true. There's no, well, it's half and half. It's a cover-up. It's being hidden for a reason, fear. So just know this, he said. I also saw things over there that a lot of soldiers would joke about, and they would say it was the funny smoke that they smoked, making them see those things. But that funny smoke of theirs, it wouldn't do that to you. They knew what they had seen. You know, your perception is to pick up on anything out there resembling a stick figure. You're in the jungle, he said, so your senses are on high alert. I'd heard reports of soldiers seeing ape-like creatures in the day while walking the jungles, and at night, too. During the day, they would be shading from the heat in the trees. But at night, they'd be down on the forest floor looking for food, water, etc. We had gotten reports of them sneaking into camps and taking soldiers' packs with their food, water, cigarettes, and mail from home. They would just take the whole pack. Later, whatever they didn't take would be found spread out. It was said that they moved stealthy and fast at night, but they were sluggish in the daytime. We weren't told about them, and when we did say something after the fact, we were told, "Deal with it. It's war. It is what it is. We're here to finish this thing." Well, after that point, he said, no one gave a crap. We just didn't care anymore. You know, the place was beautiful before we went in there, well, most of it, and it was destroyed after we left, he said. In 4 tours and in my military service, I've seen so much crazy crap that was kept hidden. Why do you think I never go to the White House to sit and have dinner with the president? He said. Never. Never, not once, and I never will, he said. I've seen his uniform, his hat, his medals. He was a good man and soldier and uncle. I loved him. He was my idol. He was so honest. He kept it 1,000% always. His legs had gotten blown off his last year over there, and he was fitted with replacements, but he walked. That man played basketball, baseball, and he even played football sometimes. He was the man. God bless him. Rest in peace, Uncle Doug Hogan. Hi, Nance. My Bigfoot encounter occurred in late October, early November 2000. I can't remember the exact weekend. My fiancé and I planned a weekend getaway in Logan, Ohio. We had heard about all the wonderful outdoor sights and activities in the area, such as Conkle's Hollow and Old Man's Cave, just to name a few. We were staying at a place called Cabins in the Pines. It is one of those weekend getaway cabins with a hot tub and fireplace and wonderful scenery. We stayed in the northernmost cabin out of the 3 on the property. Friday night went by with nothing unusual. Then Saturday morning, we got up and went exploring all the aforementioned sights and activities. We stopped at a small little mom-and-pop grocery store, and we purchased some country ribs, potatoes, and corn to cook out on an open fire pit that sits about 100 feet or so away from the cabin. We were sitting there cooking food and listening to a little handheld radio. The volume was on super low, because you don't go to a place like that to be super loud and disturb the other guests that are staying in the other cabins. The radio was so low, in fact, that when I went to go inside the cabin to get some utensils for cooking, I couldn't hear the radio even by the time I got to the door. As we were sitting there at the fire, all of a sudden I hear something taking steps in the forest from a west-southwest direction, from far away, getting closer and closer. The leaves on the ground were crunchy, and it was easy to hear. It would take 2 steps and stop for 5 to 10 seconds. Then it would take another 2 steps and wait 10 to 15 seconds. Then another 4 steps, and it kept doing that until it reached the tree line adjacent to our cabin. Now, by this time, my fiancé was pretty scared, and I myself was wondering what the heck was going on. I need to say that this happened right at dusk. The sun was down, but the clouds were still glowing from the sun, if that makes sense. We couldn't see anything other than a huge silhouette standing behind a tree and some low bushes. It was swaying back and forth like it was playing peekaboo or something. Needless to say, this really freaked out my fiancée, and she basically told me to take her inside. We had to go closer to the tree line where the creature was standing to make our way back into the cabin. So I took her by the hand and I led her to the doorway, never taking my eyes off the silhouette swaying back and forth. When she got in the door, I turned and I took the small baseball bat-sized stick that I was carrying from the fire pit that I had been trying to use as a torch to protect us. I threw it at the creature after I screamed at it, basically saying, "Dude, who the heck are you walking up through the forest at dark scaring my fiancé like this? If you don't show yourself or say something, I'm about to blow your brains out." I was in disbelief of what was going on, and I still hung onto some thought that this might just be a huge person walking through dense woods by themselves at dark. But the silhouette just kept swaying back and forth even after I said that. So I threw that stick or torch. It fell woefully short and it went out. I yelled, "Get out of here!" like I was yelling at a stray rabid dog or something. It literally turned and walked away, back the same way it had came in. But by this time, it was much darker. So even then, I really didn't see anything other than a silhouette, even though I was much closer to it by this time, 30 feet away maybe. But I could hear it walking away, and then I went inside. We shut all the blinds, turned off all the lights, and we did not use the hot tub on the deck that night either. This happened in 2000, before smartphones with cameras and built-in flashlights. I often think about how proof might have been right there if only I had had a smartphone back then, or heck, even a flashlight that night. Signed, will. Hello, Nance and Buckeye Bigfoot Sasquatch. I'm a long-time listener and an even longer-time knower. Yes, I know they are real. I've seen one. It wasn't close and it was dark, but I saw it. I was with my father, who, by the way, loves to listen to all kinds of Bigfoot channels on YouTube. You are one of his favorites. He's been a big believer all his life. He's 67, retired, but in great shape, and is often mistaken for being in his early 50s. In other words, my older brother. We were in my dad's RV, and we were staying in the Washita National Forest. We were actually out on Washita Lake and staying on the south side of the lake at the Crystal Springs campground. We got there on Friday morning. It was a busy weekend with a good weekend crowd. This was May 2019. Friday and Saturday were both normal. Each day we caught some fish under those sunny skies. Then we cooked and ate those fish under some starry skies. But Sunday came, and about 2/3 of the other campers left. Those of us left were spaced apart, which was really kind of nice. The campground there is very meticulous and kept very clean. There are trash collection points, which all the campers habitually used. I was puzzled, though, because each morning I would go to take trash from the RV, and I would see trash lying about on the ground. I would always pick up the trash lying around, and one time another camper was there, and they helped me pick it up. It was all very out of place because the hosts there are very particular about how they keep things. And it was evident that this had happened during the night, because she told me, the other camper that is, that there was no trash lying around there late the night before when she had brought her other trash. We said raccoons at the time, shrugged our shoulders, picked up the trash, and went on. Sunday night, that was the first time that we heard calls out in the trees. The way this campground is situated, it fans out in little fingers with all the water behind you. Across the way from our RV where we were parked was a lane that you drove on, and then some trees. I assumed that there was more camping on the other side of those trees. I know there was a trail nearby, though, but I didn't know where because we're not hikers, so we didn't seek it out. We had our bellies full of fish, and we were finishing off some cold ones, just talking over everything, when we heard this whoop sound. There was a dip in the middle where it changed pitch, and you could hear clearly where it ended, like it finished pushing all the air out of its lung after the long oop sound. It was very pronounced, and it struck me as weird because I could hear it, but I knew that what I was hearing wasn't close, so it had to be strong for me to hear it exhaling after it ended the sound. We talked about what it could be, but we neither one knew. We put it down to some unusual bird, and we went inside to sleep. Monday was all good, too, during the day. A couple more people left that day, and a few new ones came in. It was the normal ebb and flow in the campground. But things changed on Monday night. And I forget which day, but one day of that weekend, there was a full moon. By Monday night, though, it was still lighting up everything. The moon was still almost full. Only the water out there looked black, and even it was throwing reflections of the moon. Me and Dad were just sitting out that night under the roll-out awning on the side of the RV. We were parked on the west end of the camp. The head of our RV was facing southeast and the North Crystal Springs Road. The back of the RV was facing northwest and an inlet of water. We did not hear the calls that we heard the night before up to that point. The trees across from us had the sound, though, of something moving there. It was loud enough that it caught our attention in the quiet night. We could hear it over the murmur of other campers and even a radio down the way. and we just figured that it was more of the campers that were walking back and forth through the trees. Over the last couple of days, we had seen a fair bit of that. I don't know where they were going to or coming from, but the same group kept walking through those trees the last couple of days. Then we heard one of those calls, and it was right across from us, right there in the trees. Me and Dad both jumped, it was so loud. The whole camp heard it because all of a sudden, all the outdoor chatter of people stopped. A half second later, someone shut off their little radio. All you could hear was the water lapping on the shore behind us and something moving in the trees. Down the way, we could hear lots of, "Did you hear that? What do you think it is? What do you suppose that was?" A couple people walked out to the very front of their campers, right onto the lane where it runs between their campers and the trees. Me and Dad, we stood up, and we were near the front of the RV. But I didn't want to go any closer because it sounded to me like whatever it was directly across from us. Now, there were lots of moving noises out there. I knew this wasn't a person we were hearing, not even a group of people. A person or a group of people couldn't possibly cause that much snapping and the sound of things cracking and moving all at once. One of the guys down the way got a big flashlight and said that he was going to go see what kind of animal it was. Then he loudly asked who was coming with him. No one stepped forward. But since he had already made that call out, he had to go find out what it was, or at least look like it. So Mr. Big and Brave walked over there and flashed the light all around the trees. Turned out, Mr. Big and Brave was really Mr. Small and Cowardly. Never once did he go into the trees to find out exactly what it was. He stood out there on the lane between the campers and the trees, just flashing his light all around, up and down, calling out from time to time to whatever or whoever it was. Then he would stop and look behind him and see how many people were still watching him and maybe talk to them and ask a few to come with him. But never once did he step into the trees. I can't blame him either because I wasn't going into those trees, I can tell you that. After a few minutes of all this, everyone gave up and it all went back to normal. Eventually, me and Dad went to bed. I woke up about 4:30 a.m. for no apparent reason. I still don't know exactly what woke me, but I wasn't going back to sleep. I checked on Dad. He was sound asleep. So I gave up, and I took the small little water boiler outside the RV to the table and plugged it in. The RV had a little outlet out there, and I was trying to do all of it out there so I didn't wake Dad up. I also took out my mug, the jug of water, and some coffee and filters to make myself a pour-over cup of coffee. The sky was still a dark blue with little hints of pink and orange near the east where the sun would come up in an hour. The mostly full moon was over in the west sky. Now, ever since I was the sole survivor of a car accident when I was 24, just a side note, we were hit by a drunk driver. Ever since then, I have made it a point to notice every little thing like this, the moon, the sun, the stars, sunrise, sunset, whenever I can. When I woke up in that hospital and they communicated to me that I was the sole survivor, it was the middle of the night. I asked for the blinds to be opened. I wanted to see the sunrise, the one that I almost didn't see, the one that my girlfriend and her two brothers never got to see. It was important to me. I was not facing east in the hospital in that room, but it didn't matter to me. I watched all the buildings across the way in the city get lit up that dawn. After that, I promised myself that I would always notice all of these things from then on. I watched the stars, the moon, the sun, the seasons, the rain, the water. I watch everything I can. I realized that because I could have seen a sunrise, a sunset, the moon, the rain, the stars in the sky on any day or night of my entire life, I had never bothered to do so because I could. It was no big deal. So that is why I remember things that clearly. I say this because many people have asked me, how could you remember such things? I remember because that whole weekend sticks out for me as an anomaly in my life, and I have always paid attention to those things since I was 24. However, if you were to ask me what I or my father was wearing or what the guy down the way with the flashlight looked like, I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry. I know I got off down in the ditch, but that's all part of the big memory for me. So there I am, standing out there under the roll-out awning, which we had left up all night. I'm facing the back of the RV, or rather, I'm facing the water. I was smoking my cigarette, and I heard my water boiler kick off. I clicked on the small table lantern so I could see to make my coffee. I made my coffee, clicked the lantern back off, grabbed the mug, and went and stood at the back of the end of the RV where I had a clear view of the water. I was looking up at the moon to my left in the west. My gaze went between that and the water. I'm standing there, and I had just taken a drag off my cigarette when I hear something. I realize what I'm hearing is a sniffing sound. It was like someone sniffing something they thought smelled good. At first, there were a lot of little fast and quick little sniffs. Then a couple deep inhales. Then a quick release, just so they could pull in a deep inhale again, like it smells so good, you want to smell more of it. This sound was loud, very noticeable. I thought maybe somebody was out there walking around. Maybe they were hoping I'd be neighborly and offer them some coffee and company this early in the morning, or something. I mean, the way people do exaggerated things to get invites or they clear their throat. Maybe they were trying to say my coffee smelled good. I looked down the side of the RV. Then I leaned and looked across the back of the RV. I turned and I glanced to the front of the RV. I don't see anyone. I have a clear view to the water, but on either side of the back of the RV, there are clumps of brush between the RVs at the back. So there isn't always a clear way to the water, but I had one. On either side, though, there were the rows of brush and trees, making it like a corridor where I was, but it fanned out. To my right, that's when I realized that is where that sound was coming from. I look that way. I'm trying to look into the trees and the brush over there. It was dark, but I thought, is there something there? Then to my shock and surprise, I saw a large shape stand up from the brush between the trees. Even in the half-darkness of dawn, there was that weird moment of recognition that I had definitely made eye contact with it, even though I could not clearly see the eyes. I knew because I felt an electric shock that started at my scalp and shot down my spine all the way to my feet in a tiny fraction of a second. And it was a powerful feeling. That is the only way I can describe that sensation of acknowledging some kind of eye recognition. I don't know if it was smelling me as a human, which is what my dad thinks, or if it's what I think, which is it smelled the freshly poured coffee. And I think that's pretty fragrant. I didn't know if it had been squatted down, maybe doing its business, and I interrupted it. That might sound silly, but is it really? Mightn't it have come near the water to do messy business so it can clean itself? If people are right, and it's more human than animal, I could see it doing that. I mean, I'm no scientist. I'm just trying to think things out. Why would it be there in the brush? Why would it be near the water? We measured later, and the creature was exactly 23 feet from where I stood. Yes, we had a tape measure in the RV. There were indentations there among the brush, but there were no clear prints. There were, however, lots of crushed brush branches and some tree limbs broken. It was not sunrise yet, but I could still see its form well enough. I can't say its exact color, though. In that light, it was just dark looking. It could have been black, brown, red, purple, I don't know. I had the impression of the eyes and the face in general, but in pre-dawn light, I can't say that its eyes were this color or so far apart, and I can't tell you what kind of nose it had, other than one that apparently could smell for a long distance. I wish I could tell you more. I would have liked to have seen it. The only thing I do know is that it was about 7.5 feet tall. It could have been closer to 8 feet tall. I stood where I was at the RV, and when Dad got up, I told him about it. I had him go stand where it was while I stood right there. Dad kept pointing with a stick till it was about where I thought its head was. Then we measured. 7.5 to maybe upwards of 8 feet tall. While all of it was happening, I kept looking at it like, I'm not seeing this. But I knew I was. I was trying to make myself think this was someone from another camp just being prankish and stupid. But it didn't seem like that. Then it let loose with one of those whooping calls. I mean, it was full blast, just 20-some feet away from me. Felt like my ears were about to burst. I jumped, sloshing coffee from my mug. It took off. It moved so fast it scared me. It was just a dark blur in darkness, or semi-darkness. I thought it was going behind the RV. I thought it was going to come after me. I wasn't sure, so I ran down my side of the RV towards the front to see if it came out. And if not, I was getting inside the RV. I had already decided I was going to drive off. I was going to leave everything right there, tear off the roll-out awning if I had to. I didn't care. But by the time I got down to the front of the RV, I saw it cross the lane out front, and I saw as the dark shape headed off into the trees, exactly where we had been hearing all those sounds the prior night. I got the outline of a very wide back and shoulders. The legs that I saw, at least in the darkness, didn't seem long enough for the body that was running, but I could be wrong. I couldn't even tell you if the creature was split right where everybody else is split on their backside. I saw a dark object or shape moving. It was massive. It was fast. It was wide. It was not human. And it was not waddling side to side like a bear does when they walk standing upright. I was stunned. I heard a couple of other people come out down the lane, wondering what the heck they just heard. I even got one accusatory look from the person closest to us, because there I was out there with a cigarette and coffee standing on the edge of the lane. They looked at me like I was the one doing it, like I was pranking everybody. No sirree, I was not, I promise you. By this time, Dad's coming out of the RV too, all sleepy-eyed, asks me, what the heck's going on? The whole time, I was so shook up, I wasn't drinking my coffee or smoking. I think most of the coffee had been sloshed out when I ran to the front of the RV, or maybe when I jumped when it whooped at me. I had a death grip on that mug, though, and I only realized it when I felt the heat from the cherry of my cigarette, because it had burned all the way down to the filter between my fingers. Then, and only then, did I look down at the mostly empty mug held in a death grip in one hand, and the cigarette about to go out because it burned down to the filter in the other. That's how shook up I was. I had a death grip on both. I told my dad what I saw. He said, "Son, are you sure? It's not bright enough out here to see much of nothing yet." I said, "Stay there, Dad." I walked the far length of the RV, and I left him standing at the front of the RV. I yelled down, "Can you see me okay?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, it was closer than that to me, and yeah, it might be 10 minutes later, but it hasn't lightened up that much in 10 minutes. So Dad believed me. I really think he was just terribly disappointed that he didn't get out there soon enough to see it. You see, my dad is the Bigfoot guy in the family, has been ever since he first heard about them when he was younger. He has traveled and camped all his life all over Washington, Oregon, and Northern California. He always said he wanted to see one. Well, doesn't it figure? His son, who was not a believer before this, the one who used to tease his dad about those creatures, doesn't it figure I'm the one that saw it and not him? Murphy's Law, right? We stayed out there several more days at that campground. We stayed a few days longer than we had planned. We forgot all about fishing. We were now on a Sasquatch stakeout. We didn't know what we were doing, and we didn't have any special supplies, and we sure weren't going out into the trees or anything. But we sat up every night, just sitting in the dark, listening, waiting. And Dad, he was hoping. Me, I wasn't really wanting to see it again. Once was enough. I was still puzzled by the whole first time I saw it anyway. I still am, truth told. It was just weird from beginning to end with no point. I don't understand it. For the record, we did hear the whoops a few more times, and I think there were several different individuals. Sure, they came in from different areas, but that whoop that dropped in the middle with a different pitch change, you could hear that one. It was different from the others. There were all very different kinds of whoops out there. And what we heard was always far away over the next few days. It was never close enough again. We certainly never saw anything again. Once or twice we got excited. We heard things moving in the trees. But each time it turned out to be deer. And that's really kind of what we thought it must have been, because those steps that we heard were very light. And you would just hear a snap or a crack every now and then. It wasn't at all like the time before when it sounded like a whole school bus was tearing through the woods. So I saw it, and yet I didn't see it. I don't doubt what my eyes saw, even in the half-dark light of the morning. I would bet my whole retirement account on what I saw. I didn't have to see the fur detail or to see the nose flare to know what I was seeing. Me and Dad, we've been back there several times, but no joy on seeing or hearing it again. As I type out this email, my father is currently somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. He was most recently at Multnomah Falls. His whole retirement now as a widower is completely centered around looking for Bigfoot. He's camping all over the Pacific Northwest, Montana, anywhere he thinks he might have a chance encounter. I keep reminding him the only real chance encounter we know of happened right here in Arkansas. I keep hoping the old man will come back, but he's on a Bigfoot quest. I don't know. That man has an RV, and he likes to travel, and he's got nothing else to do. He did tell me that he would promise that if there was a sighting, he will send his encounter in to Buckeye Bigfoot. He likes the way you narrate, Nance. Thanks for sticking with me on this really long email. Signed, Tommy Arvin and his father, Randall Arvin. Hello, Buckeye Bigfoot and Sasquatch. I'm going to share with you something that I have told very few people about. What I saw confirmed for me that things existed that I had never once believed in. It has left me shaken, and I now question a lot of things I took to be true. In 2002, my wife went to Pennsylvania for a visit with her mother and her new stepfather, who I did not get along with. I stayed home, which meant I was left to fill up my time for a couple of weeks. Well, hunting was the best thing I could think of. It was early October, which means bow hunting season in West Virginia. I went bow hunting on some private land out in Wetzel County, West Virginia. The land was owned by friends of my father-in-law, my wife's actual father, and I did get along with him long after he and my wife's mother divorced. I had been hunting there a couple of times before, with him specifically, so I had some familiarity with the land. This time he was unable to go, so I was going alone. There was an area that I had scouted and observed earlier in the summer where there seemed to be does bedding down during the day. It was out by a junction where two ridges came together down near a creek running at the bottom. I started out on the east ridge, heading west from that ridge down to the timber floor where a creek ran between the hills. When I scouted prior to this, I took the time to put orange neon blazes on the trees to find my location of the tree stand again. I found my tree stand, and I got in. This was a little more than 3/4 of the way down the eastern ridge, where the land started to go to a slow roll as it leveled out near the creek. Once up in the stand, I put my eyes down on a stand of hardwoods and other timber by the creek. I am allowed to take a doe, but like all hunters, I wanted that antlered buck. But I would take a doe if I got a shot, if for no other reason than to give the meat to the old couple that owns this land. He lets us hunt, and all he ever asks is a cut of the meat of whatever we get. I think that's pretty fair. They are older and retired, and he doesn't get around too good anymore and can no longer hunt for himself, so this helps them both out. I know this creek is very near where the does bed down, and where there are does, I'm willing to gamble there's going to be a buck nearby. An hour or more goes by, and I see nothing moving out there except a couple squirrels and one rabbit. The breeze shifted, and now I smell a very odd smell. It comes and it goes. It smells like the sulfur smell when you light a match, but it's a little bit stronger. I look around, and I wonder where that's coming from. Is there possibly an old mine nearby giving off fumes? If so, that's not good. I'm watching the timber down by the creek, waiting for those does to come get their water before bedding down for the day. But I see no sign of them. Maybe they've already bedded down. Out of nowhere, I hear a wheezing snort call of a deer distress alarm. The direction I heard it was further west across the creek behind the timber, about where the does would bed down. I glanced down that area. It might have been a real deer distress snort, but I hadn't seen any deer activity that morning. It also might have been another hunter using a call to flush deer out. This meant I had to be very, very cautious. I had been told that I was to be the only hunter back on that land. Of course, that didn't mean that there weren't other people hunting that weren't supposed to be on that land. No matter, though, because now, even if the deer flushed out in my direction, there's no way I was going to be able to take a shot. Bad things can happen when hunters cross paths and they don't know that each other is there, and I wanted no part of that. I would rather miss my chance at a deer than take that kind of chance. I was getting mad, but I knew I had to stay calm and be careful. For people living out in the cities, you might not know about this, but this is how people sometimes go missing, and it's how they've gone missing for decades up in these hills and in the mountains here in West Virginia. For all I knew, there were a pack of 10 of those men out there hunting, and I would stand no chance against them. I did not want them to know I was there, even though I was in the right. I was heavily camouflaged, and I'm still hearing that distress alarm call, and the more I listen, the more I'm certain that's not from the deer. I'm wondering why I'm not seeing or hearing the deer flushing out. Nothing is making sense here. Why are they delaying? Then I thought, maybe there aren't any deer there, and those guys don't know it. There weren't any when I scouted previously, but that doesn't mean they haven't made their way back there yet, and I have somehow missed them. But then again, maybe they haven't gone back there at all. Nothing was adding up. I didn't hear any pawing or stomping that usually goes with deer being distressed. I'm listening, and I'm glassing everywhere, trying to see where they are and how many there are. When I finally found one of them, I got the shock of my life. I saw a dark object moving stealthily on the opposite side of the creek, right toward the deer bed down, which I couldn't see now because of all the timber. I can't believe that fool had gotten so close. Surely the deer knew there was someone there. Then I realized he's not the one giving the call. That call was coming from somewhere else to the right. So I thought, there's at least two of them. I kept glassing back to the one creeping along. I was only seeing bits and pieces of him moving through the brush. I saw lots of dark, and I wondered, why were they suited up all dark? What was he doing? If there are deer there, why aren't those deer flushing out? Again, nothing was adding up for me at all. Then I find the second hunter with my glasses. About 30 yards to the right of the creeping one, there he was. You talk about a real shock. Now I had it. I saw his face with my binoculars. I think I stopped breathing. I was looking at the thing that I had always said did not exist. And Nance, be sure to punctuate that. I put each period after each word for a reason. All right, Will, I did. I was looking at the thing I always said did not exist. I believe that's what he meant for me to say. The face I saw through my binoculars was a face so ugly, not even its Sasquatch mother could love. A big flat nose. It was hairy everywhere but the eyelids and the lips. It had big Neanderthal-like brows. I saw its mouth open when it was making the calls. I clearly saw the right side of the tongue and most of the lower teeth because of how it was positioned. The bottom had square-like molars, just like a human's, running all along the back of the mouth. The front teeth on the bottom, what I could see, looked like ours, a little thinner, like shell-scooped shape. But they were much larger. I saw no fangs, upper or lower. I did see a hint of upper canines just like we have. The inside of its mouth was all dull and dark pink. The tongue was as wide as the whole mouth, and it was flat. It pulled up and held its tongue at the upper part of the mouth against the back of the upper teeth when it made the call. The fur or hair was colored a dark brown. If you've ever spent time shelling walnuts, the brown left all over your fingers, that's the color it was. When it moved, it seemed to have a showing of a red-colored undercoat. The fur was also very short. There was no fur hanging anywhere. The crest on its head rose up prominently. It went straight back and up from the brow. I did not see any outer ear form, but there was a pattern of fur along the side of the skull. It swirled and parted, and I believe that there was an ear opening there, if not an actual ear like ours. I saw the face muscles when it worked its mouth and moved its tongue. When it opened its mouth and pressed the tongue behind its back teeth, the lips stretched wide and the cheek muscles pulled back and bunched up. Its eyes were thin and bunched up in the corners like a person's would when it did that. The thing that was strange for me to see was that the lower jaw would jut forward when it made the call. When it stopped, the jaw would settle back into place. It looked abnormal. Right as I have found this second one, and I'm looking at it in shock, there comes a stampede of 5 or 6 does just barreling across the creek. I think from the sound that one of those does at least eventually passed right under me, but I never looked down to see. I wondered, though, why they had waited so long to flush out. I wonder if the alarm distress call, which hadn't sounded exactly right, might have confused them. I later thought maybe it was because the does didn't know which way to go. I looked at the does crossing the creek. Then I looked back to where the second creature had been, only to not find it. I look around with the glasses quickly, and then I find it. It's coming out of the timber after one of the last straggling does. From the left side of the timber came a third one. This one is a bright red color. This was not the little first creeper I saw back there. So I thought, now there's 3, at least. Then it hit me. This had been an ambush, but not like any kind that I would have recognized as a hunter. I don't know what the creeper was doing way back there. He wasn't flushing anything out, and he wasn't the one making the calls. The one making the call was too far away to be in a position to catch any of the bolting does, and the does naturally would have bolted across the creek. There was nobody out front to catch a bolting doe. So what were they doing? I didn't know. But the fact that they had formed an ambush made my hair stand up. Maybe there were more of them on this side of the creek. Maybe they were very close to me. Perhaps they were right under me, and I didn't know it. I pulled the binoculars away from my face for a second so that I could check the wide view all around me and look down. I'm looking everywhere. I'm checking carefully, but I don't see any more of them. I hear distress at the creek from the doe. I quickly bring the binoculars back up. I see the 2 creatures. I'm going to call them left and right. They're hot on that last doe that was being flushed out. If they had been men, they could never have caught up to that doe, even though it was clearly the older one and it was lagging behind the others a bit. No way a man could have covered those 30 yards and grabbed that doe. But the one that came out from the right, the one that had been making the calls, that's what it did. It moved like lightning, and it got to that doe just as its front hooves touched the creek. That creature reached out with its long left arm, and it hit the doe's right flank hard. Hard enough that the doe skidded and stumbled, and it went down at the back end. Right then, the creature from the left had gotten right there, and it had been a lot closer, but it took longer to get to that doe. The left one caught the doe that had just been hit by one of its back legs. It caught it just before it got its footing back to stand up. It looked like a football tackle. The left creature pulled the back leg of the doe up close and tucked its whole body around the midsection. The right creature at the same time came around and grabbed the doe's head and twisted, I assume snapping its neck. My binoculars told me my distance from the creatures was 70 yards. And yet from that distance I could hear them huffing, puffing, stomping in the creek and pulling in great breaths of air into their lungs. I have heard of people being scared stiff, but I always thought that was just something they said to show how scared you really were. But I was actually too stiff to move. I couldn't even pull the binoculars from my face. My muscles were frozen. I was terrified at what I had just seen. I felt safe in the tree stand as long as they didn't know that I was there. And right then, I was pretty sure they didn't know I existed. I had my bow, and I could probably get all 3 with the bow before they got to me. Probably. But after seeing how the one on the right moved, and knowing I was only 70 yards away, I was not willing to bet my life on it. When the third one, the little creeper as I called him, when he got to the other 2 that were at the creek, I then could see the great size difference between them. The little creeper was only about 2/3 the size of the other 2. He was a much darker color also, whereas the other 2 were more brown and red. Right there, That's when I could clearly see they were all three males. They seemed to be having a disagreement that was going on between the two larger ones at the creek. When the younger or the smaller one came out to the creek and came within striking distance of them, they both turned on him. One yelled, and the other, the bigger one, the one that had been on the right making the calls, he reached out and he smacked the little creeper right upside the head, just like a parent or an older sibling would do. It was whack, right upside the head. Like, how could you be so stupid? That's what it really looked like. I don't know if the young one, the little creeper, messed something up, or maybe he did something wrong and alerted the does too soon, or not soon enough. The smaller one stayed silent. He took the blow up the side of the head. He made no noise. He made no move to get away. The other two turned back to each other, and they were vocalizing. I could not hear what the sounds were like. I was too far. I could hear the vocal noise, but not what form that vocal noise was making, what sound they took. I also can say with absolute certainty they were communicating. They were taking turns vocalizing and gesturing to each other. I'm not sure I could go so far as to call it a conversation, but it was a communication of a type. They did not know I was there, I was sure of that, and I wanted to keep it that way. I was so scared that I had to control my breathing. If I could hear their huffing and puffing all the way to the creek, I was afraid maybe they could hear me, even if I wasn't as loud. I was truly terrified. I was praying they would just take their dough and move on down the creek or back over the other ridge. I was saying silent prayers and staying perfectly still, not even moving my binoculars. I did not want to move. The biggest one reached out and slapped the other big one, the red one, not the small one, but the other big one. He smacked him on the outside of the upper arms on both sides real fast, like pow, 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 from side to side. Not like he was trying to hurt him, but it was almost like he was telling him something, because he was vocalizing the entire time. The red one stood still and seemed to be listening. Then the big one that had been doing all the slapping, he and the smallest one, the little creeper, walked back into the timber on that side. The middle one, the one that had just been arm slapped, pow, 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 he bent down. He grabbed the doe and slung it up over one shoulder with the doe's head hanging down his back. He moved the doe's weight around like he was trying to make it comfortable. Then he walked off, following the other two. Except for when the doe distress calls started, the forest did not go quiet like people say. But as soon as all the distress and all the commotion at the creek stopped, the birds and all the normal sounds started up again, even as these creatures were walking through the timber. Total, I think my actual eyes on them lasted 1 minute or less. But it was probably an hour before I got the nerve to get down out of that tree stand. I left the stand there. It might still be there for all I know. I don't know. I have never gone back. I glassed the area very, very well before I got down. I listened. And when I got down out of that stand, I think I ran straight to my old Jimmy and drove home. I say I think, because I don't know. I don't remember much after I got down out of that tree stand. I must have ran up and over that ridge and back down the other side to where I was parked. I do not remember the drive out of there. I do not remember the drive home, nor do I have a clear memory of getting home. The first real clear memory I have is my father-in-law calling me later that evening. Now, protocol was that I was supposed to stop at the house and let the old man know that I was done hunting, the land was clear, and to let him know if I had caught anything or not. He said that he saw me leave the property. I told my father-in-law I had not caught anything. I had not planned to tell him anything else. But without warning, It just all came out. I blurted out everything. My father-in-law sat on the phone and he listened. He didn't say hardly one word one way or the other. He said, "Sit tight." He was coming over. I think he was coming over to see if I was doing something illegal or if I had been drinking. And I had never really been a fan of either, so that was not it at all. When my father-in-law got there, I was pacing in the kitchen, and I let him in the back door. He sat me down at the kitchen table, and he said, "Tell me everything again." I did. I told him everything. He sat and he listened. He looked at me several times, but he didn't say much to me right then. After it was all done, and I think I'd told him 4 times from beginning to end, he got up, pat me on the shoulder, and said, "Sit tight. Keep it to myself for a bit." He then asked for more detail about exactly where this happened on the property. Then he left. I made sure to tell him all he had to do was follow the orange neon blazes on the trees to find my tree stand, and from there he could see everything I told him where it happened. He went the next day. He talked to the old man and he asked to go out on the property. He told the old man that I had been badly spooked by something, probably just a bear, and that was why I left. I know it didn't make sense, he said, but he asked to go out there. And he does. He goes out there, he finds my tree stand, and he finds everything as I told him. He went down and he checked the creek area, and it was small pebbles all around, so there were no prints to see in the gravel. He found exactly where the does had been bedding down, like I told him, but there were no does there. He said he didn't think there had been any sign for days. He comes back, and he tells me all of this. He says that he didn't find anything that tells him for sure what happened out there, but he can see that I'm still really shook up. And this is now a couple days later by that time, so he knows something happened. We discussed, could it have been some guys in get-ups or ghillies? We talked about their height, which I won't give an exact number on, but I know they looked very tall to me even at 70 yards away and up in a tree. So here's the deal. To this day, I will never believe that it was people out there by the creek, for all the reasons that I've already said in this story, and more I really have not said. I never once thought those were real before that. I take back every word I ever said about the people who said they saw them. I had spent all the free time I ever could out in nature all through my life. I never ran into anything that I couldn't explain or identify as perfectly normal. Until that morning. I think that is probably what really happens. People can spend their whole lives out in nature and everything's just fine. Somebody else might take their very first hike ever, and that's when they see a Sasquatch. Me, I was in the middle. I'd been out there my whole life and never saw anything. And then when I did, it's a huge triple whammy because I didn't just see one. I saw multiple, and I saw some very interesting interaction between them. I've tried to look to see if anyone else has seen any interactions or how they communicate. I've not found anything, so I wonder if what I saw was very rare. This event has changed where I go hunting, but it has not changed me going hunting. I still go hunting, but I don't hunt alone anymore. I also don't laugh at people who say they have seen them. I just have one last thing, Nance, and please forgive me. I absolutely adore you and your channel, so you can choose whether or not to say this. I do wish you and others like you would not make this topic the National Enquirer kind of stuff. What I mean is, stop sensationalizing it. It's very real, and when you put up your funny pictures to get people to click on your videos, you're doing a disservice to those who have witnessed these things, these beings or creatures. For what it's worth, I really do love your channel, but I really wish you would take it more seriously. Thank you Signed, Will Pennington. I had 2 encounters a week apart. Before my encounters, I did not believe in Bigfoot. Why should I? I have been a fisherman and a hunter my whole life. I've been fishing, hunting, and camping from Canada to Florida. I am 45 years old, so I thought I had seen it all. I never had an encounter, so I thought Bigfoot was a tall tale. This all changed for me the last week of August in 2015. The first encounter happened like this. I live in southern Ohio. My backyard has a creek through it, with the Shawnee State Forest on the other side of the creek, with miles and miles of woods beyond that. I have a building by the creek with a rabbit pen attached to the building. I forgot to feed the rabbits, so I got some lettuce and carrots and went outside. It was about 2 a.m. I went out back, walking between my house and the creek, when I heard 2 people whispering to each other. First thing I thought was they were looking to steal something, so I acted like I did not hear them. I feed my rabbits. Then I went back to the front of the house, into the front door. I went in and got my pistol. It was a .45. Then back outside. This time I was sneaky. I stayed low. I went over to my fence. I followed the fence line to the creek and sat down about 5 or 6 feet from the creek. I was behind my building, sitting in the dark, peering as hard as I could, but I could not see anything. Then I heard something. Then a big splash of water soaked me. What I heard was the rock sailing in the air toward me. Did I say rock? It was a boulder. At first I was mad. Then I realized whoever threw that rock in the water could see me. What if they hit me with the next one? So I got up and walked away. The next day, I went out there and I found the rock. I barely got it out of the water. I am no small man. I stand 6 foot 6 inches and I weigh 270 pounds. The rock weighed about 150 pounds. It had dirt on it, and I found the place it was taken from the bank. That was about 50 yards from the place where it was on the bank to where it lay in the creek. No man can do that. This was my first encounter. I'll send you my next one later. I didn't have a true sighting in this encounter. It was too dark, but I did in my second. Signed, Isaac. Okay, Buckeyes. I had a first-person encounter sighting last winter. I live about 45 minutes north of the old Buckeye State. As a listener, I desired to send this one in, and as a fan, to thank you for your work and narrations. I was a dishwasher, and I walked 4 miles every morning, and some nights 10 miles per day, to and from work. I would walk across an overpass connecting a bridge separating a highway. I tended to enjoy the 2-hour walks outside during the brisk January temperatures. One day, I decided to go off the beaten path while walking down the sidewalk after crossing the bridge, and I went down a 25-foot incline through the snow. Venturing not even 25 feet from the sidewalk, I decided to stop for a few minutes. The cars above were out of my sight. Separating each side of the bridge were 2 smaller fields connecting the highway entrance and exits. This time, for some reason, I decided to walk further across the incline. I would stand at a certain area in one of the fields and scan the perimeter. I noticed a smaller 9-foot pine tree that stuck out from the natural scenery. In mid-January, all the trees and bushes are visible and bare. Then I spotted the creature as I was scanning the 800-square-yard area while just looking around. The thing somehow knew that I was going to eventually spot it. I mean, have you ever had a situation where you ran into someone you did not really want to see at the time, but you know they're going to spot you seeing them? Well, I had that strange sensation. I would describe it like trying to find Waldo in a Where's Waldo mystery book. I did a series of double takes when I saw it. It was laying down on the ground beneath the small pine tree, well camouflaged, postured, and relaxed. It was like someone laying down on a blanket at the lake. The being had a flat, hairless face, light gray, brown color, round head, slightly proportionate with its body, as it didn't seem to have a neck. Hair on arms, legs, brownish-orange yellow fur, and clean. I researched online, and I found one similar to the face I saw that day. I knew what I was looking at, and it knew what it was looking at. I couldn't tell whether it was a boy or a girl Bigfoot, but it wasn't tall, 6'2", maybe at the best, stocky in the legs, arms, chest, and shoulders. The eyes were small and dark black. What got me is I was processing what I was seeing less than 45 yards away. When I locked eyes on them, it smiled at me, as if almost on cue. When it smiled, and this is when the hard part comes in, it had the biggest smile I've ever seen. The teeth were similar to human teeth, but 2 inches in width and height, and a smile 6 times bigger than ours. I locked eyes on them just as it smiled, almost on cue. It kept grinning. I locked eyes looking at them eye to eye, and I noticed it had a seriously maddening look in its eyes. Not mad like upset with terror or rage. No, this maddening look looked like a deranged, wild, insane person, like Willy Wonka mad, or like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in the Wonderland kind of mad. I describe it as cartoon-like because of the huge smile and teeth and the motionless posture. As it was laying with one elbow propping up its head and one leg bent to prop up its other foot against its knee, I call it because I know it was not human. When I got home, I kept thinking, either it went underneath that tree before the sun came up, or it spent the night under that tree. The time was around 8:35 a.m. It would have to stay there until nightfall as not to be spotted. The cars, roads, and traffic surrounded every side of that field. The 600 square feet of slightly wooded area of tree line and bushes were bare and visible during the day. I presumed that it could lay there and watch cars or people cross the bridge. Or it could look down the hill and watch cars along the highway. The tree was positioned in such a way that 95% of people would not be able to detect it from either side of the field. That puppy was smart. Did it know that I was walking to work the same time each day? I can only imagine what happens around that area during the night. Well, that is my story. Thanks again, Buckeye Bigfoot, and to Buckeye listeners for tuning in. Signed, Jean. I'm not sure where to start with this. I came out to Virginia in the last part of 1999 from Washington State. As a teenager, I believed in all the Bigfoot stuff. Then, when I got into my 20s, I forgot all about it, and I never thought of it again. Then, on March 6, 2005, my mom died. I quit my job, and I just went out and lived at Hone Quarry, not sure what I was going to do. After the first night there, the next morning I met a retired truck driver. His name was Art. We started camping together, and everything seemed to be getting better. Around the last part of April, things got a little strange. There's a lot more to this story, but I'm going to jump to the last part of June or early July 2005. I was driving all day in the mountains, just stopping once in a while to get out and walk some trails. As it got dark, I drove back to the camp, which is above a man-made dam, FDR 62. There's a Y in the road that goes up the hill, but it's on to the left that stays at the base of the hill, then turn right into the second camping spot next to the creek. It was dark when I pulled in and stopped. Then I opened my door and I yelled out to Art, "It's only me, Art." He said, "Okay." Art had a .44 Magnum in his tent, and I did not want to get shot at. It was pitch black out, and the only light that I had was the dome light in the car. So I shut the door and locked both doors, then took my needle quilt and covered my head to go to sleep. The dome light went off. I laid there, trying to get to sleep. Then 4 seconds later, the dome light came back on. I was like, what? How did that come on? Then I moved my foot back and forth, and I realized I didn't turn it on. I was baffled at this point. I throw the covers off my head and turn to the left real quick, saying, "What the—" But my last word didn't come out. I was looking straight into the mouth of this thing. I froze. My eyes were open wide. I was paralyzed and I couldn't move. I could only stare at this thing that was less than 24 inches from my face. The first thing that I saw was how big its mouth was, showing all of its teeth. The teeth were about an inch long and had 2 fangs. The lower teeth were about a ½ inch and had thin lips on it. The width of its mouth was 8 to 9 inches wide. It was huge. I couldn't scream or move. Fear set in. The only thing I could move was my eyes. At this point, I started to move my eyes up slowly. Its nose was sort of back more because its mouth was open so wide it looked like a black leather hole. The nose was flat, but it was wide. Then, as I looked more, I was looking dead into its eyes, and for a brief second, I could see its whole face. This thing was huge. I was in a Pontiac Grand Am 2-door, and it almost filled the window. As I looked into its eyes, they were a dull red, but they were wide, like a person opening their eyes as wide as they can. As I looked into its eyes, the red started to engulf me. It got a bright red, and I wasn't even feeling my body. At this point, everything just went red around me. I know that sounds strange. It was like time stopped. It was looking inside me. After I don't know how long, strange things started as I felt, well, like I can only describe it like floating in my own body. There were no feelings. It's just hard to explain, but it felt like that. I could feel nothing. Then what happened next surprised me. It was like I could feel my father overshadow me and enter me. He was dead in 2002. When that happened, it got strange. I felt a peace come over me that I had never felt before. My body relaxed, and it was like I was just overwhelmed with peace. It tore me into being dead tired, and for some reason, I rolled over and fell asleep. I have never in my life slept that peaceful. Then the dome light went out. I thought, did I just really see and feel that? I turned over with my head still covered and peeked out from under my blanket. It was pitch dark, and I couldn't see anything. The next morning, I walked over to Art and I told him about it. He said that it was probably just someone messing with me, so I sort of bought that. But inside, I knew it wasn't true because of its eyes and because of the effect it had on me. The thing was, it didn't try to hurt me or harm me. Thinking back, I think it was surprised when I moved from under the cover so fast, like I didn't see it till we looked into each other's eyes. But I do know that if it wanted to hurt me, there wasn't a dang thing I could have done to stop it. That was my encounter with Bigfoot. But after living in Hone Quarry for 5 to 6 months, there was a start that led up to it and after it. That would take too long to write, but I never went back there or into the woods again. It's been 16 years, and I still don't go into the woods. Thanks for letting me try to make sense of this. John. The following incident occurred in September 2020 in Perry County, Ohio. To find this campground and the trailhead west of Shawnee, Ohio, take State Route 93 out of Shawnee. Turn left on County Road 38. The horse camp and the main trailhead is on the right. That's where the old primitive campground trailhead is, further on to the west. My husband and I have been hiking a local trail system in our area nearly every day since we got our dog in 2013. Over the years, we have experienced several instances of wood knocking and did not think much of it in all honesty. More recently, we have stumbled upon small trees, 4 to 5 inches in diameter, that were twisted or broken in ways that a human could not achieve, at least in our opinion. All these instances combined over the years have not really made us feel unsettled or afraid, nor did we think it was anything too worthy of note. However, our most recent experience, which occurred over a period of a few days in September 2020, was unexplainable, and I cannot go without reporting this any longer, as it has truly been bothering me since it occurred. In September 2020, my husband and I were on an evening hike, approximately 4:30 to 5 p.m., at the Stone Church Horse Trail System, which is a part of the Wayne National Forest in Shawnee, Ohio, when we heard what we can only describe as a howling or roaring sound. The noise occurred twice, and there was approximately a minute of silence between the two howls or roars. Sadly, I was unable to get my phone out quickly enough to record the instance, as it all happened so fast. My husband and I have never heard anything like it before. I was a bit unnerved by the sound, and we quickly left the area and headed back home. We spent that night looking up the calls of animals native to Ohio, but none of the sounds we listened to even remotely resembled the sound that we heard that evening. A couple of days later, we went back out to the same trail system where we heard the noise. We stopped along the trail to allow our dog to get a drink of water. My husband was preoccupied with the dog, and I was just taking in the scenery. I happened to hear some rustling on the ridge above us, and when I turned to look, I saw what I can only describe as a very large, bipedal creature walking between the trees and brush. The creature was far enough away that I could not make out its features specifically, but it was very large. It had dark-colored fur or hair, dark brown or black in color. I cannot give an exact height measurement, but the creature appeared to be approximately 6 feet tall. This estimate is based upon our survey of the surrounding trees where the creature was sighted on that ridge. I called for my husband to look over at the creature, but it disappeared over the crest of the ridge into the forest before he was able to see. Additionally, more recently, specifically February 13th, 2021 at 4:57 p.m., I unintentionally recorded a wood knock while recording a video of my dog. This instance also occurred on the same trail where my husband and I heard the howling and roaring and saw the bipedal creature in September of 2020. Also noticed wood knocking, trees broken in ways that are not normal, howling and roaring. Other witnesses. 2 witnesses were involved, myself and my husband. Prior to the first incident, the howl and growl, my husband and I were hiking along the trail, and during the second incident, the sighting of the creature, I was observing the scenery while my husband tended to our dog. Other stories have been reporting hearing wood knocking in the area, though I do not have specific details to speak upon. The incidents occurred in the evening, around approximately 4:30 to 5 p.m. It was a warm and sunny evening, and the area was well lit. The environment around this sighting is heavily wooded and secluded. There are ridges on each side of the trail. There's also a creek that runs parallel with the trail for about a mile until you ascend a ridge and into the forest further. There are also several ponds in the area, located along the many trail sections of the trail system. My brother has a cabin in Florida, Vermont. I just got my new car, and no one wanted to come with me. Basketball, probably. I left early, and it was about a 2-hour trip. We had a wonderful day, and the sun was starting to set, so I left to go back to Connecticut. I was virtually alone on the road and taking my time as I drove. I was thinking about why the roadway was called Jacob's Ladder. I was up high at one point and looked down into a stream where there was a young bear drinking. I rounded the curve, and there it was on the left side of the road, right at the edge. It was only a 2-lane road, so 12 feet from me, it was ready to cross, but we made eye contact, and it froze. The only thing that I saw move was its eyes. I was not going fast, as I was the only one on the road. What I saw was not big, gross, or scary. Looking back almost 10 years now, I know it was young, like 6 feet tall. We looked directly into each other's eyes. It was standing upright, with its right leg forward, starting to walk. I felt that I was honored or blessed or something that I can't explain. My 5 brothers all think I'm nuts. My kids laugh at me. I saw a being that was real, and nothing can make me say that I didn't. I only hope that no one kills them, because they are in our world, and we have to share it. I don't have much of a story, but I am telling the truth. Thank you so much, Nance. I really love hearing from others that know also. Nance, as a P.S. to my story, I have studied all the pictures that I can find, and none are what I saw. It had 6-foot-long arms with hands below its knees, dark brown and black eyes, no beard, no neck, and broad shoulders. It was standing straight up, so much like a human, and the look it gave me was surprise and wonder. Thank you so much. Signed, Kathleen. This was June 1995, outside of Walla Walla, Washington. We were riding 4-wheelers on some property out near 5 Points. We were following Little Blue Creek on the south side, just going along the trees. It was about 4 or 5 p.m. It was clear that day. It was warm. We were going along the trees, and the guy in front of me pointed over into the trees. He said something, but because of the 4-wheelers, I couldn't tell what. I looked to where he points. He comes to a sudden stop, and I almost rear-ended him because I was trying to look where he pointed. This was really weird. We had a set of signals to follow to avoid accidents like this because we knew we couldn't hear. I look, and I see a tall being where he points. It's standing there between some trees. It's perfectly still, and it's looking right at us. We sit there on our four-wheelers for about 10 seconds. They were just idling. We're both looking at it clear as can be. It turns and goes back further, like towards the creek. The guy in front of me suddenly gets off of his four-wheeler like he's going to follow it. I'm yelling like, "Don't! Get back on and let's go!" He stops, nods, and gets back on his four-wheeler. We get back to our trucks and load up. We stand around our trucks and we're talking about it. We both know we saw a Sasquatch. 7, maybe 7.5 feet tall, very broad-chested, wide shoulders with big humps on them. It had no neck that we could see. Its chin seemed to rest on its chest. It was approximately 35 to 40 feet from us. The jut-out of trees that we were following arced south in that area, so we had some of the west sun lighting it up in the trees. We had good clarity, and we both agreed there was no mistake. He said what made him look over that way was a big stick had come out from the trees and landed several feet in front of his four-wheeler right before he hit it. I didn't see this limb, but he said that's what made him look that way, and that's when he saw it. We wonder if it was down at the creek, and we made it curious or maybe mad. No smells, no sounds, nothing hit us. It didn't come after us. We have been told there have been other sightings around there. I didn't know that before then. We now know that there are sightings all around here because we've been looking and reading. Most of the people here don't really want to talk about it. All of my native friends are very serious and tell me not to talk about it to outsiders. They don't want people coming here looking for them. Thanks a lot, Dusty. Dear Nance, I have learned to call these beings Sabe, as this is their Ojibwe name. My name is Mark McCall. I am an avid whitetail hunter, and I have land near Millen, Georgia. I am a retired teacher of 31 years and a wrestling coach. I am also a U.S. Army veteran and infantryman. I love the outdoors and, like you, have had some experiences with these beings. And just a side note, everyone, I think he has me confused with someone else, or maybe he meant to send this somewhere else, because I personally, Nance Warren, have never had an experience with these beings. He goes on to write, as I look back on my life, I have had more than one possible experience with these beings. My wife and I listen to your YouTube every day, and since you read your messages, I thought I would write you about my experiences with the unusual when I am hunting. Being a whitetail hunter in Georgia for the past 30 years, I have had the pleasure of being outdoors and just enjoying still hunting in my deer stand. One Friday evening in November, about 20 years ago, I was hunting just after work, and I noticed a nice buck approaching from my left edge on the edge of the woods. He stopped about 125 yards from my stand. I lifted up my 7mm Magnum, put it square on his chest, and squeezed off a round. The deer leaped and went straight into the woods. I heard him crash on the ground and flailing about, then silence. I waited another 15 minutes before I got down. Hearing nothing, I thought I ought to go find him before the sun went down. So I eased out of my stand and went to go check. I found the blood trail exactly where I had shot him. The trail was pretty clear for about 15 yards. As soon as I reached the edge of the woods where he had turned in, I heard a sound of something picking up a heavy object and running off away from me, as a thief runs away with their prize. I cautiously approached the woods, and about 30 yards inside the tree line, I found the place where the buck had lain down and bled out. It was about a quart of deep red heart blood. I thought, he couldn't have just gotten up. Well, I began to search for more blood, and I found a few drops heading north. The trail would go without a drop of blood about once every 10 or 12 feet. I followed the trail about 75 yards, and it was getting dark. I stopped for a moment, and the hair went up on the back of my head. I was being watched. I heard the strangest sound, the strangest thing I've ever heard, a howl like an ape along with a few whoops. I figured I would come back in the morning just to see if I could recover my kill. I came back with my buddy, and we looked around the woods and couldn't find anything other than what I had found the evening before. This type of thing happened again with my buddy, Tim, a few years later. My buddy Scott, who was a Cobra attack helicopter pilot, had hunted the area where I had heard the whooping, and he heard the same thing one morning that he had hunted. He told me that he was not going to hunt that spot again. Just this last season, my wife and I were up in my stand hunting when we heard the howl and the whoops. Needless to say, I am an anthropologist and a retired educator. Before these experiences, I did not believe in Sabe. I am apt to believe that they exist and are alive and well in South Georgia. Sincerely, Mark McCall, Ph.D. Hi, Buckeye, Bigfoot, Nance, and hi, Sasquatch Squad. My story isn't exciting. I didn't see it, but we all think that is what was around our camp that week. This is what happened to me, my dad, and my brother. June 2015. We're in Arkansas. Me and Dad still live in Louisiana, but we went up to Arkansas Way to meet up with my brother who's living up there. We were meeting up for a few days to do some fishing and camping. This took place in the White River National Wildlife Refuge. We were camped near Bradley Bayou. We heard all kinds of noises we didn't know. Now, it's nothing that I knew down from Louisiana way, but no one said anything, so I didn't. The first night, we were catching up and keeping the fire going, and we were up late. Next night, much the same. We heard some screaming noises out there, but we just decided they were wood panthers. 2 times, we thought an animal was walking near our camp. It wasn't clomping around like an animal, though. The footfalls were slow and even. We put a spotlight out that way, and we heard it moving away. We shrugged and told some jokes about it, and that was it. We cooked up powdered eggs on a small cast-iron skillet over the fire the next morning and toasted some toast on skewers. We had those little plastic and foil jelly containers like from a restaurant for our toast. We ate, cleaned up, and headed out to go do some fishing. We got back and saw someone had been through all our stuff. The only thing we knew taken was our bread and the bag of jelly packets. It didn't look like an animal did it. Nothing was torn up. The bread and the jelly packets had been in a closed cooler. We weren't using that cooler with ice. It was just a place to keep things insect-free. There were other foods in there as well, but they were all the kind that take fixing, like pancake mix or the powdered eggs. Those weren't taken. I forgot. There was one other thing missing, our bottle of syrup for our pancakes. We're thinking there's a hungry person living out here. We didn't like being stolen from, but we let it slide because we thought somebody was hungry. Same thing again that night, and it sounded like someone was out by our camp. We shined our lights all down through the trees. We kept hearing it, but we didn't see it. My dad yelled out they were welcome to sit with us and have some food. We still thought it was a hungry person. We didn't get anything said back to us, so we went on with our night and thought maybe they'd stop by and maybe not. But we decided to take shifts sitting up with the fire all night. No one came out and said it, but none of us was going to sleep well knowing somebody was out there walking around our camp. We wanted to think they were friendly, but we also know there's a real world out there. We took turns, and there were all kinds of weird things we all heard. but maybe we heard them because we were listening hard. In the morning, we could see that something had been circling around our area. There was an area that was pushed down like something had been walking back and forth through there. We were trying to make jokes about it being the Arkansas monster, since we were in Arkansas and all that. But we went on with our day and got some great catch. We were leaving the next day anyway. In the morning, we're packing up, and that's when we had heard some of the weird sounds all night. Not those wood panther screams, but something that I do not know how to best describe it. It was a cross between bear huffing from time to time, and then there was a twitter sound, but it wasn't a bird. It was a vocal sound like a big animal, but it was all twisted up. It was closest to someone rewinding a cassette tape and the sound of voices being run backwards. We also heard a clacking sound, like rocks were being banged up together. If we hadn't already been planning to leave that morning, those things all night certainly would have made us leave. We aren't newbies out there in the wild, but we were all a little spooked by that point. Something had started to feel really not okay. We're packing, and my brother finds a trail all around our campsite. It was about 50 feet out from us. It didn't actually circle us, but it couldn't because of the way we were situated. But we saw that something had been spending a lot of time there. We hadn't seen it before because we didn't have to go that way to go fishing. It couldn't circle us because we were in a partially cleared area with no trees the other way. Just trees behind us wherever whatever it was. Of course, it might have come out there in the open at night, and we just didn't know it. This looked like something bigger than a human made that trail through there. But you could see also it wasn't made wide like a 4-paw wide creature would make it either. It was depressed deeply, and it had been heavily traveled back and forth, but it was not wide. Near one of the open areas where it transitioned into the clear opening, we saw what might have been a footprint. We kept looking at it. My brother said it was a bear. I said, "There aren't any bears out here in the bayou, are there?" He didn't answer. This was a big print. Those Sierra sounds, I have looked them up, and they are the closest to what we heard what it sounded like. My brother isn't on board with the idea it was a Bigfoot, but me and Dad, we now think so. We are very positive. Thanks a lot. Signed, Drew Mayu from Marksville, Louisiana. I saw a blonde Bigfoot. I was the only one in our group that saw it. We were staying in the Teton National Forest. There's a place you can rent horses and take rides. We went on one of those rides. The guide was really nice. There were 8 of us on that ride, but I didn't know anyone else but my dad. It was sunny out. We were riding for about an hour and a half. We were by a river. I could see water between the trees. Once I saw something blonde-looking. I wondered what it was. I looked harder. Next time I saw it between more trees. Now it's standing up. It was a Bigfoot. I don't know how tall it was. It looked big to me. It was bigger than my dad or anybody I knew. I saw it. Then it walked into the river like it was going swimming or something. I said, "Dad, look." I pointed. Dad was behind me. He kept saying, "What? What?" The woman in front of me looked too, but no one saw it because it was probably already in the river by then. Just me saw it. I think because I'm 14, no one believed me. But I saw it. I swear to everyone, I saw it. Signed, Ashley. When I turned 10, I was allowed to go with my dad and uncles to the cabin one of my uncles owns up in Washington. The nearest town is Medellin Falls, which means we aren't far from the Canadian border. If you've never been up there, you know right where the border is, even though there's no guards or a fence. There's a big, wide, bare area that's had all the trees and everything else cut down right along the border. I don't know how wide, but you know it when you see it. One time, when I was 12, me and one of my cousins thought the neatest thing in the world was to just run from the U.S. side to the Canadian side, back and forth again and again. We got such a big kick out of it, like we were doing something wild and dangerous. I don't know why. I was 14, this time I'm telling you about now. I was still learning, but one of my uncles had just hit a big mule deer. We were bow hunting, not gun hunting. Border or not, my dad and uncle say they will chase that game if they've hit it. And that's what we had to do that day. You always want a quick kill, but sometimes it doesn't happen. It didn't happen that day, and so we're hopping like crazy following the trail. We ended up following it right to the border. We come out into the bare open space at the border. We're all hauling butt. And when we go down the left side that we're heading towards, we stop. All of a sudden, we hear a strange sound. It was really loud. We stop just short of the trees, and we look down the left side that way. Big old Sasquatch, that's what we saw. And it wasn't all that far from us either. It was close. Me and Dad now say it was about the length of our back deck, and that's 22 feet. I'm glad my dad and my two uncles were there, or I don't know what I would have done. I was 14 then, and I was scared to death. I'm almost 19 now, and I'm still scared to think about it. It was standing on a tree stump that had been cut down on the Canadian side, and that is why I'm not sure how tall it was. Standing on the stump, it looked 12 feet tall. My one uncle said that he thinks that stump was 2, maybe 3 feet off the ground. So that Sasquatch was probably really only 8 or 9 feet tall. I think it was taller, though. It was black, and it had something else in its color. I don't know, silver, white, or gray. It looked like the hair was salt and pepper, with a lot more pepper and just a little bit of salt. I was scared. My one uncle said that we all should walk backwards and not to take our eyes off of it. We didn't have guns, just our bows, and yeah, the 4 of us could probably have killed it. But if it had been a bear, we wouldn't have killed it, so there was no reason to kill it. It watched us all the way back to the trees. It never moved till we were in the trees on the U.S. side. It stepped down, and boy, we turned and ran for I don't know how long. When we got back, we were all out of breath, and we were all saying, "Did you see that? Did we see that? Did that just happen?" We were saying things like that to each other. We talked about it all the way to the cabin. My one uncle said that his uncle, my granddad's brother who left the cabin to him when he died, he said that uncle had once told him that those things were real and they were all over up there. But in the 9 years of going up there by himself at times and a lot more times having a lot of other people with him, he said he had never seen them, so he didn't think it was real. He'd never gone outside and found stuff move except from bears that he actually heard and saw. That cabin is so far from anything that when he's up there, he doesn't even lock the truck. We talked all of that over. And he said, come to think about it, there was a time several years ago that he went out one morning and his truck battery was almost dead because the door had not been closed all the way on his truck and it ran his battery down from the lights. He thought maybe he just didn't close it all the way because he was carrying stuff in the night before and he didn't realize it. But now he said it made him wonder. My dad said it was okay if I went ahead and sent this in. Thanks for being nice. Signed, Colby. I've always had high sensitivity to things around me, feelings and such. But on the day when I was having another feeling that I could not understand, I just thought, well, it's a busy day. It's the 4th of July, 2014. My husband and I were invited to a cookout at a lake with one of his coworkers. Some others were there as well. We took the four-wheeler to go group riding. It was early in the day. My husband had attached a seat on the back of his four-wheeler for me to ride with him, so I got to enjoy the scenery. The first hill we went up was a little steep. It made me a bit nervous to go up. But we got up there to the very top, and the view was amazing. We took pictures. It was a little hot up there at that time of day, so we all rode back down. We ate, we drank, and chatted at the campsite. I never saw a campsite so crowded before. The campers were so close together. I get high anxiety when there's a lot of noise and people. I wasn't really comfortable. I really didn't know them that well. Around 5 or 6 p.m., the light was still nice, but it had cooled down some. My husband and I and his friend's adult son decided to go for another ride on the four-wheelers again. We didn't know the area, but he did. He said for us to follow him, so we did. He took us out to the main road. I asked my husband if we're allowed on the road with this four-wheeler. He said, yeah, we saw others riding them on the road. So the guy we're following cuts over the lane and goes up a little dirt trail. We follow him up. Got to the end of it. We stopped and we got off the four-wheelers. We stood in a very woodsy area, but we could look down and we could see the Scioto River, and across from that we saw US 23 and the tracks on the other side of that. But it was really oddly quiet. We decided we were going to go get some snacks from the carryout a little ways down the road before we went back to the lake to watch the fireworks. We got back on the wheeler and started. That guy was ahead of us again. I heard something snap on a dirt ledge to our left. About 8 feet up, that side of the hill, I saw something very tall and hairy. We were going about 10 miles an hour, so not too fast. But as I got a little bit better look, I couldn't put in my mind what I was exactly looking at. It made a raspy, deep grunt. I saw the long right arm and the big, hairy hand. My husband didn't see it because he was trying to keep up with the other guy who drove a bit faster. Then that thing started chasing us, still up on that dirt hillside. I saw it grabbing these 2 to 4 inch trees and snapping them like they were nothing. It was keeping up with us, and now we were going so fast. But it was still keeping up, even with all those trees in the way. I was really trying to keep my eyes on it. I told my husband to slow down. I think it's a Bigfoot. I wasn't really thinking clearly. I had mixed emotions like curiosity and fear. It was all happening so fast. When I told him to slow down, and I told him Bigfoot, he yelled back at me, F Bigfoot. I know he heard those trees snapping, but he wanted to get us out of there, and he wanted to make sure we weren't going to wreck. In my mind, I thought this Bigfoot seemed aggressive to be chasing us like this. If it wanted to, it could just jump down and snatch me off this four-wheeler, or it could flip us. It stopped chasing us before we got to the main road. When we got to the carryout, I asked him, did he see it? He said no. Then I said, didn't you hear it breaking those trees? I could see in his eyes that he heard it, but he denied it. He would not take me back to see the broken trees. He said he's not going back up there. My husband is a big guy. He tells me he does not believe in Bigfoot. He teases me about it when I talk about it. But, like most guys, they try to change the subject when something makes them uncomfortable to talk about. That is what he does. But Nance, I saw and heard it with mixed emotions about it. Excited, then in fear and panic. But I'm like, I knew it was aggressive because we didn't even notice it. No sounds or smells like people say. I keep thinking, then why did it let us know that it was there? We could have left, not even knowing it was there. We didn't disturb anything. We were just looking at the river and the highway. Was it protecting its home or family? I'm always going to wonder. So this 4th of July, I plan on going back to the area. I'm going to take fruits for a peace offering. Also, to see if I can see those broken trees and get pictures. I know it's been a while, and things change, but I need to understand. Thank you for listening. I didn't want to let any Bigfoot research groups know and them going out there and doing all those show-off things and scaring it away. That is their home, and they don't need people coming around scaring them. But I have also heard of other people's stories around our area having encounters as well. The area we live around is mostly hills and forest. I live at the lower end of Ohio in Portsmouth. I can look out my upstairs windows across the Ohio River and see the hills of Kentucky. So, I'm kind of surrounded by rivers and lakes. Our city gets a bad reputation, but it has a beautiful history to it, too. I've had other experiences as well, but this is the one that scared me the most. Signed, Tina. Hi, Buckeye Nance. I saw one of those beings you talk about, and I saw it in Ohio. So I figured you're the best one I could send this to. I can't tell you a lot about the being that I saw, but I will tell you what I saw and how I saw it. I was backpacking, and I was preparing to camp out for a couple nights in the summer of 2019. I was in the Shawnee State Forest in Ohio. In Shawnee, they have really good backpack trails, better than most places. My only complaint with Shawnee is you are supposed to camp in only their designated areas. There's no dispersed camping. But I guess we all now know why they want everyone together in one or a few select areas at night. I was on the backpack trail loop. It's an enjoyable trail without extreme elevation, but also manages to give great views at different points. I was on the eastern loop, heading north towards the camp. At one of the viewpoints along the north ridge, I stopped and I had a snack bar and some water. I didn't want to sit too long. I like to keep my heart rate up. All day, I hadn't seen any other hikers coming or going that morning. I start walking, and there's a pinch point where you can see the next part of the trail down below from where you're standing. I was looking there as I'm walking. I stopped. There was something walking down there on the trail, and it didn't look right. I had a second that I saw it, and then it was blocked by trees and brush. Then it came out the other side, right into my view. I didn't know what to think. I have better than 20/20 vision. I am healthy, physically fit, and sound of mind. I am 61 years old. I am no spring chicken who can easily be taken in on a joke or a prank. I was too young to serve in Vietnam, but I still served in the Marine Corps. Point being, I am not given to flights of fancy, and I do not have a wild imagination. I stopped to watch it. Now, people say they don't know what they're looking at. I have to question that. When you have a vision and you can see it, I have to question that. Because right when I got a clear look at it, I knew immediately. There was an elevation difference and 100 yards or more between us. But I knew. Right away I knew. So I'm not sure that I buy these people who say they don't know what it was when they saw it, at least not at first. How do you mistake it for anything else? It was following the trail the same as any of us would do. I did notice that it was walking very close to the trail edge on the right side. I had 5 or 6 seconds solid of uninterrupted view before it was blocked by foliage. After my last sighting of it, I waited a few minutes. I did not want to keep walking and run into it. I was not prepared to engage with such a being, whether it was friendly or aggressive. I wasn't prepared on any level, not even mentally, even if it was friendly. Encountering something as mythical or legendary, whichever you prefer, as Bigfoot, well, that's a big thing. I was always taught you do not engage unless you have the upper hand and you're well prepared. Worst case, you engage if you're forced to. Well, I didn't have the upper hand. I was not prepared mentally, physically, and I had no weapons, and I was not being forced. So, I waited. I was actually hoping to observe it more. I knew what it was I had just seen, and I knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime possibility. But I did not see it again. What I can say is that the being that I saw was noticeably large at 100 yards distant. It was a solid dark brown. It walked on 2 legs with no noticeable limp or a sideways walk, like a bear with its legs bowed at the hip sockets when it's walking on 2 legs upright. This was 1 leg or foot going straight out and then the next. I could not tell you how high the back foot went up or if it walked with that bent foot trait. I have been asked that many times. I don't know. I could not see or didn't notice from where I was. I saw the legs working, but oddly, I don't remember looking at the legs. At no time was the face visible to me. The arms did swing back and forth, but I wouldn't say excessively so. They did look long, however, when they swung. I know that isn't the type of detail that you or your listeners are looking for, but I was at least a football field away from this being. I could not see those kinds of things. I saw shape, color, and its locomotion. When I finally got to the area, I looked around, but I could find no prints. But the trail was packed very hard from all the traveling, and it had been very dry for quite a while. I also looked and used everything the Marine Corps taught me and what I knew as a hunter from many years ago in my youth, although I no longer hunt. I could not see where it had left the trail, or if it had left the trail. For all I knew, it was a quarter mile ahead of me on the trail. I continued at a slow pace. I was very alert, listening and watching. But I heard nothing and I saw nothing of any importance for the rest of the way to the camp area. I got to the camp area and it was still early in the day. There was no one else there. I didn't know if anyone else would be there. I did not feel comfortable staying there by myself. The trail was short enough that I decided to hike on back out of there, and I went on home. I really don't know how someone can look at one of those beings and not know what it is. Did they grow up under a rock? But I hear that all the time in these encounters. You have to know what it is when you see it, even if you don't believe in them. I do not believe that there are any dinosaurs alive on the planet today. But if something weird happened, and I was driving down the road, and I look over to my left and I see a T-Rex at a couple hundred yards from me, I would know exactly what it was, even if I didn't believe it existed. I have told lots of people what I saw. I talk about it with other backpackers and hikers when we meet up on the trail. Half of them think I'm loony. Of the other half, I think most just listen and are polite and don't say anything. Most. But there are a few that not only listen, they turn around and they have told me their own sighting scenarios. None of this has stopped me from going out in the wild, and it hasn't stopped any of them that I talk to either. Of course, logic dictates that the ones who had a sighting and stopped hiking are not out there for me to meet up with on the trail and talk to. I feel like I have to point this out because I have heard you talk about how these beings are dangerous and unpredictable. I do agree with that, to a point. But then again, so are bears, and they're all over in the United States. It doesn't stop me or others from going back out into the wild. And neither will Bigfoot. Keep on truckin', signed Doug Tipton from Columbus, Ohio. Hello, my name is Luke. I live 23 miles northwest of St. Louis. In 2006, me and a friend were out fishing at a conservation area. It was starting to get dark. We heard rocks being thrown towards my truck. We were the only two people at the lake that we were fishing at. Within minutes after the rock throwing, we heard a limb break. It was like someone was walking behind us. Now I weigh 355 pounds. The sound of that limb being stepped on was double the sound that a limb would make if I stepped on one. We left to go fish the Missouri River. After an hour of fishing at the river, we were sitting at my truck. We were looking at the traffic drive by. We both see what looks like a very tall object between two trees. It looked like two people put together and about at least 8 feet tall, just standing between two pine trees. We got the heck out of there. If you want, you can use my name. Signed, Luke. Hello, Nance. I have enjoyed your channel for a long time. I have never seen a for certain Bigfoot, but I have seen tracks and heard a very loud ape-like roar. The night I heard it, coyotes were howling all around, causing all the neighborhood dogs to bark. That ape-like roar, it bounced off the mountains. Even though it was more than a mile away, I felt the vibrations. As soon as the roar was over, the night went silent. The dogs and coyotes hushed to a sudden quiet. Even the crickets stopped chirping. I was about 1/16 of a mile away from my front door. My neighbors have cattle and horses. Whatever made that noise caused the cattle to be very spooked. I made the walk back to my front door. Before I walked inside my house, I checked my donkey and my dad's gelding that I keep at my house. Both of them were visibly shaken up by the roar. I was too. I'm no Marty Stouffer, but I knew that whatever made that noise was bigger than I am. And I'm no little feller by any means. I'm 6'4" and over 300 pounds. I know I wouldn't have wanted to see what made that noise at night. This happened this past Easter at about 10:30ish that night. I live in LaFleur County, Oklahoma, but I only recently heard of the Choctaw Bigfoot massacre. It was on a YouTube channel, but I don't remember which one. There have been BFRO documented activity 30 miles south of me, but I have only seen footprints and heard this unidentified roar. I know this isn't an exciting story, but it is a true one. Signed, Christopher. Hello. I don't know if this is something like what you're looking for. This isn't my story, and I am just going on what I remember him telling me, so I might not remember all the detail. This was my grandpa's story. He passed in 2013. He was a timber cutter and worked many places along the West Coast. These stories took place somewhere in Washington State. If he ever told me the exact location, I do not recall. They had been working one day in one area. They had to stop and go back partway down the mountain because there had been heavy rains that began to wash out one of the roads. It was too dangerous for the trucks, so they had to fix it. They left all of their stuff up at the main collection site, which was the halfway point from where they radiated out to cut their timber. When they finished that road cut and had it shored up, they went back to their main collection point. They all knew immediately something had happened. Everyone had all kinds of things thrown around. It was all a mess. There were stacks of logs that had been waiting for pickup by truck. They were now in all kinds of shambles. He said these were not the kind of logs you could push around. These logs weighed more than any human could budge with all their might. He said some of those logs had a diameter that was almost as wide as he was tall, and it has been many a year since he saw trees that large. Every person there had things that had been moved, in some cases destroyed. Grandpa said that he had a tin lunchbox at that time. He said the lunchbox had a domed lid and 2 thumb hasps on the front. When he found it, he could see that something had ripped the lid up with enough force that it stretched and broke the metal hasps on the front of the box. He said that inside there had been 2 sandwiches spread with the kind of potted meat that you used to get from a can. They were on thick slices of my grandmother's homemade bread. He also had a cold boiled potato that was left from the dinner the night before, and a whole cucumber from their garden that he could have sliced for his lunch. But all of it was gone. He wasn't the only one, though, who lost their lunch and lunchbox. He also had a thermos missing, too. They found it later that afternoon, but it was no good, he said. It was made of glass. I have never seen a glass thermos, but that's what he said. And he said that it was broken and it was no good because it had been thrown. He said he remembers what was in his lunchbox so well because when he went without lunch, he thought about it all day and he was mad. When he got home, Grandma told him what she had packed in it for him, and he was doubly mad. I guess back then, lunch was kind of a surprise for the men. Also, I know it's a weird-sounding lunch, but Grandpa said that whatever Grandma had on hand to put in there for him was what she packed, and she always made sure that he and the kids had plenty to eat no matter how hard times were. And he told me that he was always happy when he opened his lunchbox every day for lunch. He made a point of telling me that that wasn't the case with a lot of the men. Some of them were downright disgusted and unhappy with their lunches. So, a special shout out to my grandma in heaven for that one, I guess. They didn't know what had made this mess. They thought it had to be a bear, but they'd never known that kind of bear activity. Grandpa said that they had heard stories that there was something supposed to be in the forests up there. The natives in the area had told some of them about them. They thought it was just a fairy tale or something that they were being told to spook them. He said that he did not recall ever hearing the word Bigfoot or Sasquatch at that time. He recalls the term being used of ape or gorilla men. None of the men working up there believed in any of those stories. That was one time he told me about. Another time that Grandpa told me about was how they came on the site one day, and he said this is not the same site as the other time. But this time, he and another man were working, and they kept getting things thrown at them every time they would start. They would stop, look around, but they didn't see anyone. They thought maybe it was one of the other guys. But when they all met back at lunchtime, they all said it wasn't them. Grandpa said none of them were jokers, so he didn't know what to think about what had happened that morning. I asked him if he ever saw one. He would not say that he did. He also would not say that he did not. He would just say that he saw something that he didn't have a name for. I asked, why couldn't it be a Bigfoot? He said, Bigfoot is dark-colored. What he saw was wolf gray with a dark undercoat. Now I know that supposedly Bigfoot comes in all kinds of colors. I said, tell me about the time you saw it. He said that he had been asked to stay and mark trees for the next day. There was a baby on the way, so he was happy to have an extra hour pay. He was coming back from doing that when it happened. It was probably 7 or 7:30 in the evening. He said it was summertime, and it was still very light. He said they tended to work extra long hours during the long daylight periods. Usually, they worked from 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. with an hour lunch, so they worked 12 hours a day in the summer. Everybody parked down in one area on the side of the mountain. There was a quicker way to get there by cutting through an area that they had not cut timber in yet. The path that they were cutting actually followed a band of hardwoods up the other direction on the mountain. But if he cut diagonal down the side through the uncut timber, he could save a lot of time, and they had all done it enough that he could clearly see which way to go. He said that he had probably walked that path 100 times and never saw or heard a thing. He was about a third, maybe almost halfway, when he heard a huge roar close by. It stopped him in his tracks, he said. He said he stopped dead because he was afraid that maybe it was a bear, but also at the same time, it didn't sound like a bear. None of them ever walked through all that timber unarmed, he said. It was a much wilder place up there 70 years ago than it probably is now. At this point, he told me a side story that one time one of the guys had spike coverings on his boots that they used to scale the trees to do top cuts. That guy was coming down a tree. He sees a bear under him, and the bear sees him, so he goes right back up the tree. Well, the bear did see him, and he followed him right up the tree. That guy had no choice. He pulled out a gun, and he shot the bear right down its throat and another time right in the face, and he thinks one more time in the neck. He caught it as it was coming up after him. The bear fell back off the tree and crashed down through all the branches to fall about 30 or 40 feet to the ground. If that guy's gun hadn't killed the bear, that fall crashing and hitting everything on the way down surely did. That incident was a lesson to all the rest of the crew, so none of them ever were unarmed. So he's walking through and he hears that roar and he stops. Grandpa said he carried a Colt 45. He stopped. He gets it out and he's checking it, and he hears another roar. He's looking around, and he said that he remembers more than looking for the bear. He was trying to listen for the sound of paws hitting the ground running, because you often will hear the bear before you see it in the woods. That at least would tell him which way to turn. He's listening, but he didn't hear any paws or any running sounds. He said he didn't mind telling me right then that he was very frightened. This is where he tells me that side story about the guy with the boot spikes, because he said right then he was wishing he had some. He thought maybe he'd have a better chance in a tree shooting down on the bear like the other guy did. But he didn't have those. All he had was the stuff to mark the trees, which was some red strips hanging on a looped piece of rope at his belt, a hammer, and some nails to nail the red strips to the trees. And he had his 45. He looks around, and all he sees is an old gray, weathered half-tree in all the fresh-standing timber. But no, that wasn't a tree. It was moving. He said he didn't know what to do. He was expecting a bear, but what he saw was something gray, like a wolf. It was about 9 feet tall. He said the shoulders were 2.5 times as wide as his. It came to 30 yards from him, and it stopped. It was in a perfect line of sight between them, right down between the timbers. He said, just one look, and he knew. Whatever it was aggressive in its posture, and that it was staring at him hard. Even though he couldn't see the eyes, he said, he knew it was a hard stare. You just know, he said. He didn't know what it was. He now thought about the gorilla men that he had heard about. He was saying his prayers, and he was saying them out loud and didn't realize it until he saw the thing move its head like it was listening to him. So he thought maybe he could speak out loud to it, and he did, yelling out that he was going to leave. Wrong move, though, he said. It didn't like that. It roared, stomped its feet, and leaned forward. So, he thought, mumbling softly was okay, but speaking wasn't. Grandpa took off running all the way back to their clear-cut area. He said he does believe that it chased him the entire way. He could hear the pounding of feet on the ground behind him, and the roaring. He could hear that, and it sounded close. He just knew he was a goner. Grandpa said he did not believe for 1 minute he was going to make it home alive to Grandma or the kids ever again. He said he turned around, and he fired twice while running blindly. He doesn't think that he hit it, and then he said the strangest thing was he didn't even see it when he turned around, but it sounded like it was right close to him. When he hit the clear-cut area, he broke out from the timber, went out into the middle of the clearing, and stopped. His lungs were burning, his legs were shaking. He didn't know if he could run any farther. But the sun was going down. He was trying to catch his breath, and the whole time he's looking at the timber area, gun drawn, expecting it to burst out from the trees after him. But it didn't. He kept looking, and he didn't see it. He wondered, did he imagine it? He kept looking. Then he saw the flash of gray. He said it was high up in the timber. It was not on the ground floor where he expected it. It hit him then that when it was chasing him, it had been in the tops of the trees, going from tree to tree. His words were, it was moving like Tarzan, probably, just no vine ropes. At that, Grandpa said he started jogging down the mountain as much as his burning lungs and jelly legs would allow. The whole time he watched it, and it was jumping from tree to tree, just following him, sometimes hitting the ground to cover the distance when there wasn't a tree to jump to or one that was big enough to hold it. Partway down that mountain, he looks over at the timber line, and it's gone. By now, the sun was mostly down, and dark was coming fast when he finally got to his truck. He got home, and he actually thought about quitting his job. But he looked at Grandma and the kids, and he knew he had to provide for them. He didn't know that Bigfoot was all over the Pacific Northwest at that time. He thought that what was there was some kind of weird local thing. So he eventually joined a different crew down in Northern California a few months later, doing what? Timber cutting. He wasn't thrilled when he got there that he soon began to hear the same kinds of legends and being told that something was out there in the timbers. He had to work, so he kept his eyes and his ears open while he worked. But he did not have another experience or sighting. Although he did say there was definitely times that things happened out there, and there were times that all the guys reported smelling something weird, and all the time they often said they felt like they were being watched. He did not feel that way, and he thought they were just spooked from what they had been told. But Grandpa said he never saw anything like what he saw up in Washington ever again. At that point, he was living in Redding, California, when Patterson made his famous film. He was still working cutting timber. He tried to reconcile what he heard about the creature that Patterson had filmed, because it was a long while before he ever actually saw that film. He says, though, that he was certain at the time that it could not be the same creature. When I questioned him, he said no, it couldn't be. Its shape might have been the same, but the fur was all wrong. The color was all wrong. Everything was all wrong. That creature walked along. His creature went from tree to tree. The last time that I talked to him about this was 2005, maybe 2006. Grandpa passed on in 2013 at the ripe old age of 88. My grandpa was not a man who was easily spooked. He was a World War II veteran serving in the 1st Marine Division all through the Pacific. He said that those days of battle in the Pacific, and that day that he saw whatever that was up there, those were the only days in his entire life that he wasn't sure he was going to survive till morning. He said that this happened to him in 1953. He never told the other guys he worked with about it at the site in Washington. He did eventually talk to some other timber cutters about it when he was working in California, but they thought that he was just jumping on the bandwagon because of the Patterson film coming out. But Grandpa said that he talked about it only then because he was thinking maybe they were the same creature. But he learned quick to not talk about it when you worked cutting timber. You quickly got labeled as something undesirable, and that was not a good thing when you were working in a profession where men were routinely hurt and sometimes were killed because it was very dangerous work back then. So, that's my grandpa's story. I can now think of 1,000 questions that I would like to ask him, but they didn't occur to me way back then. You know, you just don't know what the really important things are to ask someone until you can't ask them anymore. I have had that happen lots of times, I am sorry to say. I hope that you will use this in one of your YouTube spots. I keep listening to find old timber cutter stories. I don't find that many except the famous ones. I keep wondering if anyone else reported what my grandpa said happened. I mean, the first one, where all the mess the other men saw. Maybe those guys never put 2 and 2 together. My grandpa still would not say that it was a Bigfoot that last time we talked, but he also would not say that it wasn't one either. He was definitely more on the fence. He also did not talk freely about this at first, but I'm glad he did finally talk to me about it. I just wish I had recorded it all. And that is my advice to anyone listening. Start recording, people. Not just about Bigfoot, but everything. I remember one time my mother said that she would give anything to hear her grandparents' voices or laughter just one more time. But they had passed on when she was young, long before most people had a way to record people easily. So, record your loved ones. Record their stories. I regret not doing it with my grandpa. What details did I forget? What did I get wrong? I don't know. It's been 16 years since he last told me these stories. I bet I've gotten some things wrong. And if I got it all wrong, I hope Grandpa up there in heaven forgives me. I am sorry that this has gotten to be so long. I guess I sat down and I started typing the way I talk and think, which, according to some people I know, is way too much. Signed, Amos Coleman. My name is Burke Burns, and I grew up in Sweet Home area in Lynn County, Oregon. I worked for a timber company around Sweet Home. I marked timber to be thinned out and laid out clear cuts for 30 plus before developing heart failure, and I was let go because of my heart problems. Now I am retired in Salem, Oregon. My first encounter was during a hunting trip near Highway 20 and Lava Lake Road. I parked at the restrooms in a snow park area along Lava Lake Road, and I walked to a spot a buddy had told me that he called in a buck deer a few weeks earlier. I walked out an old cat trail that paralleled Highway 20, 300 feet east of the highway. I stopped 200 feet short of an old lava flow that crossed Highway 20. I began calling deer using doe bleats and buck grunts, and I waited for the deer to come to me. All of a sudden, approximately 300 feet away, I hear 3 solid thuds of a wooden object hitting a tree. Then, about 200 feet away, I heard another 3 thuds of wood on a tree. I never heard any noise of any animal traveling to the next tree that was struck. Then, another 3 hits on a tree, 100 feet from me. The timber was old growth, with lots of brush and small hemlocks that were blocking my vision from seeing what was approaching me. Whatever it was super stealthy. No noise except for thuds on the trees. The 4th time I heard the 3 raps on the tree, it was obvious it was circling me. The 5th time, it beat on the tree for 3 raps. It was past me, heading towards the lava flows. I was convinced then that it was trying to get between me and the lava flows. I use a little bat to determine the rot in the base of trees when cruising timber for my job in the woods. I first thought someone was stalking me, but I could not cause that much noise beating on a tree with my bat. At this point, I got scared and left the area and went back to my truck, not ever seeing what was stalking me. Years later, I was surveying hill timberlands for the endangered spotted owls so that we could know where we could lay out timber sales. Around midnight, I was playing a spotted owl tape to locate owls west of Crescent Mountain and northwest of Iron Mountain. The Bigfoot scream I heard sounded like it was coming from Cougar Lake, south of Crescent Mountain. I just listened to it, waiting for it to stop, but it just went on for an unbelievable amount of time. I could not scream that long. I listened to Bigfoot screams on the internet, so I recognized right away what I was hearing. It was the famous Bigfoot yell. The 3rd occasion I had something strange occur was later that calling season. I downloaded Bigfoot noises off the internet, and when I got to a remote area after getting no owls returning my calls, I played those Bigfoot calls that I downloaded off the internet. Last time I did that, I got a basketball-sized rock thrown near me. I saw it fall through the trees at about 50 feet high as it plunged to the ground. I jumped in my pickup real fast. My brother once found a track in the middle of the road as it jumped across the road, leaving a toe-arched track in the center of a 30-foot wide road. My brother got spooked. He then went to the nearest clear cut and shot a nice buck. My dad heard the shot and drove fast to the clear cut to help my brother with the buck. They went back to see the track, but my dad had ran over the track while going to the clear cut where my brother shot the buck. Hello, Nance. I had a conversation with a friend of mine about how long I have lived here in LaFleur County, Oklahoma. I told them I was born here, and other than leaving a few times for a job, I have always lived here. All of my grandparents were born here. None of them were born in a hospital. All of them were born at home during the mid-1930s to the early 1940s, back when my part of the world didn't have running water, electric, or asphalt roads. Not a lot of people had vehicles back then. Horse-powered transportation was the normal mode of transportation, and people did not take road trips. My grandpa told me about the first armadillo that got ran over. Someone hauled it into town, hauled it around, showing everyone that would look at it. The old-timers around town said it must have escaped from a circus that passed through earlier that year. When I asked what year that was, he told me that must have been around 1945. His father-in-law was born in Oklahoma Territory and married my great-grandma right as the Great Depression got started. But he kept the Great Depression way of thinking until he died. He didn't spend money unless he had to. He had a farm in the mountains. He raised Hereford cattle and hogs back when people kept their cattle up and let their hogs go free range. Farms would put their marks on the piglet ears to show ownership, like a brand. The unspoken rule was, you don't poach other folks' hogs unless you were about to starve, and then you would make it right with the owner of the hog, either through money or a replacement hog. But something put a big dent in my great-grandpa's hog population. He thought it was one of his neighbor's teenage boys using his hogs as target practice. When he confronted his neighbors, they denied it and said something was getting their hogs too. So they built a strong hog pen to keep them from losing any more of their hogs. My great-grandpa followed suit and built a strong hog pen. That slowed the hog loss down to a crawl, but he would still lose a few shoats every year. He assumed they somehow learned to escape. His neighbors still had hogs missing on a regular basis, even after they improved their hog pen. One day, the neighbors' young daughters were milking the cows out in the barn when one of them noticed a bear climb over the fence and grab a fattened butchering shoat. Then it climbed back over the fence with the shoat in its arms. The whole time, the shoat was squealing its head off. The girls watched in shock, watching this bear take off towards the mountains with the shoat held up against its body. That was about the same time that the girl's mom walked outside to see that bear. She yelled for the girls to get into the house. She promptly armed herself and waited for the bear and her husband to return. The husband returned to learn the fate of his shoat. He quickly got a hunting party together to go look for the bear and the shoat. They followed in the general direction, but they didn't find any sign of either. Everyone in the community kept an eye open for both the bear and the shoat, but nothing ever surfaced. The dad asked the girls what they had seen, and they both said the same exact story, that the quote-unquote bear climbed into the hog pen just like their dad or brothers would, grabbed a fat shoat, and climbed back out. The bear must have known it was being watched because it took off like a wide receiver on all fours until it got to the timber. Then it stood up on two legs and carried the still squealing shoat into the woods. Men working out in the fields said that they would sometimes see these bears in the timber lines, but no one ever got a good look at that bear, besides the two girls. My grandpa told me this story when I was about to graduate high school in 2002 while we were having lunch at a local restaurant. One of the patrons eating there that overheard him telling me the story was an old man from that community. He added that he remembered his folks talking about that bear. He allowed a bear would have eaten that shoat on the spot, and what kind of bear would have climbed into a hog pen like a man, rather than just tear in like a bear should, and then, once it got into the timber, stand up like a man and carry that shoat like a man. The other man said that those two girls didn't cook that story up, and also that their mother saw the bear run off into the woods. That wasn't a bear, the man said. No one knew for sure what it was, besides that it wasn't your typical bear. The man also said that folks was missing calves too. They just disappeared, never to find any carcasses like you would with typical animal predation. Most of the people from that time are gone now, or have since moved away, and with them the stories of the strange bears and other unexplainable stories. Signed, Christopher. I once thought it would be an interesting scenario to have Bigfoot activity on your property to observe and study the elusive creatures. Until I worked as a temp fill-in for 7 nights over 3 weeks on a semi-rural property. I had filled in for days several times, and there was an odd crow call from deep in a copse of trees in the next field. I took pictures of the spot. I had 2 sightings in different locations prior to that, so was suspicious. The old family home was used as a guest house, and half was used for part of their business. Nights I swore the place was haunted, and heard footsteps in the hall and voices in the guest room next door to the den where our main workroom was. When I asked our manager, she said they'd found a huge nest of mice on a closet shelf next door that butted up to the wall between. Mice had tunneled along the shared wall from the west exterior wall, but the pest man had taken care of it. Our end was our den/workroom. There was a couch that we sat on with 2 pictures above it on the shared wall. The left west wall had a bank of low windows. There was TV in the corner, door to the patio, and a chair. We faced one end of a galley kitchen and down the hall to the private office on the north end. Off the right of the hall was our entry, staging, shipping, and receiving behind garage doors. On the left was a mudroom with a back door, then a half bath. First night. Loud sniffing and rustling in the bushes. Mice next door, and the pick behind me shifted on the wall. A bump on the patio. Light footsteps across the low-beamed ceiling from kitchen to directly over my head, and stopped. What the heck? At 2 to 3 a.m., I noticed people-shaped shadows moving around in the thick ground fog cast by an unseen pole light behind a maintenance building at the back of the property. Then realized a breeze was blowing bushes by the back door. Then at dawn, noticed shapes darting around at an angle to the house. What the heck? Oh, a huge flock of turkeys. Wow, they've been coming through there forever. Overnights 2 through 6. The more I tried to ignore the mice and the steps on the ceiling, the bolder they became. Party next door, and the steps more frequent till the steps followed me everywhere inside. The picture was on the mice highway from the roof. Scrape on patio, and something hit the handle on the patio door. Then I noticed a light pounce prior to bold running footsteps, and the mice are agitated. It's on the roof, and it's after them. Then I heard breathing as I stared up. Then I'm sneaking around in the dark, looking around outdoors. The steps would eventually find me in the bathroom or mudroom and sniffing around. Then I heard something try the back door. I did hear something, glass bump next door, and 2 voices. It was like 2 people trying to be quiet, and one started laughing and muffled it. I checked. Nothing there. The last night, the mice highway was busy, and suddenly there was a crashing pounce onto the den roof and crunching, running steps across, and the mice are scared. They're squeaking and scratching, and the picture is thumping. My head was where my butt had been, and I was just staring up. Then I hear loud sniffing, and then a weird noise. What the heck? Then the screech of metal on metal, and the picture started flip-flopping and swinging around and around on its wire. Dust started dropping out of the hole. I hopped up, and I could see a shiny, narrow strip of metal moving around. It was probing the hole. That lasted for a minute or 2. It was unbelievable. I freaked out, and I hid in the guest bath. About 5, I went to use our half bath, and I suddenly heard what sounded like someone using a walker coming down the hall. Wow, someone's here. It was odd. I wasn't expecting anyone, but thank God. I called out, "I'm back here. Be right out." I flushed. The steps still approaching. "I just got to wash my hands." Steps stop right outside the door. I wash and reach for a towel next to the door, and the knob turns twice. It wasn't locked. Irritated, I said I'm in here," and I jerked open the door. There was nobody there. The hall was empty. 7 a.m. Couldn't get there fast enough. But the big freak was to come before I could leave there. There was no turkey that morning, and I was looking around for them. As I put my stuff in my car, I noticed 2 deer on the far side of the field. They were grazing along in front of that copse of trees. Too far, but I get my cell out and I snap a quick pic. I zoom in and lose them there, and I start to take a picture. From my right is a bad mimic of a human whistle for attention. Weird. More vocal than whistle. All 3 of us turn to the source. Then brush crashing and thudding, and the deer are gone. The only obvious signs of the brutal attack that was going on was the flailing brush and the ferocious snarling growls and grunts. Whatever it is, there's 2 of them. Then just heavy breathing. Then a deer scream and surprised grunt and a brief struggle. Heavy breathing. I could only stare at the brush. I did try to take pictures blindly and pointing, but my hand started shaking too badly. I saw something dark drop from a tall tree behind the kill. Suddenly, from my left came the loudest, craziest jungle mix of scream, screeching, and calls that dropped into monkey ooh-ooh-ah-ahs. Now that wave hit me instantly all over. Every hair stood like wire, shaking head to toe, my heart pounding erratically, and chest tightness had me sucking air in raspy gasps and panting. My teeth were chattering so loudly that I was looking for the source of the noise before I realized it was my teeth clacking together. About the time it started, I noticed something scurrying on all 4s in tall grass across an opening, left to right, toward the kill. It slowed, and it stood up, and it looked my way. It was dark brown with a light face, and was nodding its head. It took a couple of side steps with its hands up. As it turned to my right to continue on, it did a funny, loopy wrist motion with one hand before disappearing. I took the wave as celebratory at first, and I believe the far one did too. But I now consider it was warning the far creature of me and to go around. There were 7 to 10 waves from various points. I was just stunned when I realized I should have used video for just sound. The waves faded with the thought. I managed to open the app, and I got 2 single calls and a huff. Then I thought of the whistler, and my head spun around whiplash fast, spinning my body with it. Nothing. Phew. I dove into my open car door. My hands were shaking, and my heart was pounding thinking of that organized hunt. That pushed all the other night's activity away for a while. It creeps me out to think they were on the roof following me around, and I'll never forget them using a probe or trying the door. But the jungle wave will echo forever in my head. Scariest crap ever. That was in southwest Missouri. They never hurt me. It was just a crazy affirmation to put all of it together. Almost too much to wrap my head around. I knew they had a penchant for mice and knew those steps were bipedal. I think the haunted reputation and the mice distracted me at the time from fully processing it all in the first 6 nights. I do believe it was haunted to boot. But until I heard more about the dead mice and others talking about them on the roof again, but one Bigfoot I encountered figured where and how to probe. They tried a locked door. I don't think they were after me, really, but ignoring them made them bolder. But the mice as well. I think they were counting on me starting my car and distracting the deer by getting in my car and driving away none the wiser. They're clever. I believe they have a right to be. But now I'd just as soon not have them as neighbors. I had to wonder if the roof leaked after the last pounce and run across it. My name is Daryl Highslope, pronounced High Slope. I live in Ozark, Missouri. I really don't care if you use my name or location. There's a sidewalk that goes from the Finley River Bridge to the OC Gym. My wife and I walk it as often as possible. Last Monday night, we were walking down that long sidewalk, and I heard a tree knock. I said in my mind, "It's okay. I'm not here to harm you." I heard it. My wife didn't. 2 nights later, we were walking it again, and this time we both heard the tree knock. Again, I said, "It's okay. We're not here to bother you." Then we heard whoops, several of them. We laughed and tried to imitate it. Today, I was walking it by myself. All of a sudden, I felt deep terror. I said, "Wait a minute. I want a selfie with you." Then I said, "You're not watching over the brush, so which tree are you behind?" The terror left me as fast as it came. You all have helped me know, for the most part, that we don't have to fear them. Tomorrow, I'll look for an orb. I really don't just want pictures. I want a DNA sample, and I want to record their sounds. I know they could tear me apart, so I'm not going to give them any reason. I have a better relationship with our Father in heaven than anyone I know. It's that relationship that keeps me safe. I'm 57 years old. I've had 2 heart attacks and 5 strokes. If all that can't cripple me, I'm not worried about Sabe. It's pretty cool that I'm kind of developing a relationship with them. If you're really only as old as your heart, well, I'm still a pretty young man. There was another time when I was around 12 years old. I was hunting bullfrogs near Columbiaville, Michigan, where I grew up. I was in the swamp near our house having a pretty good time hunting them. I love frog legs. I was talking to the frogs saying, "Just sit there while I make this as quick as possible." Then I'd shoot the frog, and it would be dead real quick. The old CCI Stinger hollow point lead rounds would pop them up about 8 feet, and without their head, there wasn't any suffering. Then, after about the 10th frog, I suddenly felt terror. My mom had married a guy that would beat me on average every other day. So suddenly, I felt terror, and I felt something watching me. So I said, "What did I do now?" Because the last thing I needed was more broken bones. Then, as quick as that feeling came over me, I heard, "You didn't do anything. Don't worry about it." So, I had enough to eat, and I walked up the hill to the house, and after battering them 3 times, I deep-fried them. They were excellent. Thank you again, Nance. Well, hello to Nance and the Buckeye Bigfoot or Big Feet crew. I'm sorry it's been so long since my last visit. Been busy, and I did say I'd write shortly, but one's perception of time is different than another, especially since you yourself have so many awesome stories coming through. This story is short, but I'll try to give it an edge. Hopefully it makes sense, because in this day and age, what makes sense? My first sighting, I was 10. I saw a Bigfoot take 2 steps, and then he was across the road. The last time I ran into one was in my last story that I sent you and the crew back in May, although I have heard them scream a few times and hit things with a bang in the back 40 since. My fiancé heard one the other day, so I thought this would be a good time to send this message. You know, get it out while the trail is still hot, so to speak. We live next to a swamp. I got this house in 1985, a 3-bedroom. I had received help from our reservation representative. I had went to visit him, and he said, Tub, that's the nickname from my dad since I was 2. He said, Tub, you got a house? I said, no. And he said, we're going to have to get you a house. And so there we were, now in the swamp house. My son Jimmy, God rest his soul, he was 4 at the time. He coined the phrase swamp house. Back then, I had planted 4 trees in the yard, 1 for each boy. Only 1 tree survived, and today I'm glancing at it now. It's almost 40 feet tall. During the first few years that we had the house, we did our share of drinking. We'd drink, and one night, when the night was late, the music was over, we had danced our last dance and fought our last fight. Everyone went home. Me, my boy's mom, and my cousin Jeff decided to walk through the trail. This is about 3/4 of a mile to my dad's house down an old railroad bed trail. There aren't many houses, no street lights, just trails on our walk. I got by some of these old pine trees. It was about 2:30 in the a.m., you know, where you can't see your hand in front of your face. We were walking alone, not saying much. My cousin Jeff was mumbling. We heard this crash coming from the other side of the garden that my dad used to plant vegetables in when we were in grade school. This thing was breaking branches and breathing heavily, and it was walking straight towards us. I hollered out, "Hey!" but it still kept coming. I hollered louder, "Hey!" Finally, when it got within 3 feet in front of us, I hollered, "Hey!" and it stopped. I had my fist cocked by my side, thinking, where am I going to hit this thing? In the kneecap? As far as my almost 5-foot 11-inch frame could reach, and the tip of my finger up in the air, project onto that another 1.5 to 2 feet higher. That was around where the mouth was. It teetered sideways back and forth, breathing heavily. Then it turned around and walked back the way it came. Nance, I could have reached out and touched its stomach. The funny thing was, I wasn't scared. I came back the next day, but no tracks, no smell, just like the last story I sent. No tracks. Throughout the years, hunting, cutting wood, going out picking boughs for Christmas wreaths, whatever, I often wondered why trees about 6 inches in diameter would be broken off about 8 to 9 feet up, or why I was seeing strange bends in the trees, and why I was always looking left or right. Even now, when I drive a semi, or if I'm out on a drive to the lake, I look around to see. I look to see if I can see one. I mentioned my fiancé heard one last Wednesday. She called me up and said she heard one. She heard a deep voice from across the swamp. It came from the chest. When I got home, I took out the binocular to see if the beaver was okay. I thought the Sasquatch was going to get the beavers because the swamp water level was real low because of lack of rain. but I saw his ears in the water. Well, that's about it, Nance. You know what, Nance? You're never the same after an encounter. Signed, James. I have hunted in the wilderness north of Leavenworth, Washington a couple of times. This weekend I had to work, but I could go hunting the next day. I usually hunt with my brother, and I hike up the mountain 4 miles and camp on the top to hunt. On this trip, I was on my own as my brother left earlier. I drove to the trailhead and decided to hike the bottom trail. I knew that there were hunters at the camp at the end of the bottom trail. I decided to hike in part way on the flat, and then go up the steep hillside and find a spot to pitch my tent. I was where no other person has camped. I found a flat spot high on the mountain. I was tired, and I set up my small tent, ate, and went to sleep. I was awakened by a stomp, stomp, stomp. The noise was so loud it woke me up, even as tired as I was. I fumbled for my flashlight and shined the light towards the footsteps. But my light was too dim to go very far. I loaded my rifle, and I did a belly crawl out to gather small twigs to light a small fire at the front of my tent. I kept this fire going a half hour, but I was tired, and I hoped the critter was scared off by this time. It started to rain, so I closed my tent and went back to sleep. About an hour later, I woke up again to stomp, stomp, stomp. The rain was too heavy to start my fire again, so I hugged my rifle until daylight. I looked for tracks of what was walking outside my tent, but the needles were so deep I could not see a track. The rain stopped by daylight, and I didn't get any sleep, so I packed my tent and hiked out of there. Thank you, signed Bob. P.S., he says, I'm glad I didn't see what it was. This morning, I went to the local convenience store. I needed some snuff and a cold drink. As I stood at the cooler looking at the cold drinks, trying to decide what I wanted to drink, a former town drunk commented, "No beer today?" "No, not today. It's too hot for alcohol. This Diet Dr. Pepper will hit the spot," I replied. The man said, "I never told anyone the real reason I quit drinking, but I seen a wood booger one night when I was good and toasted." He continued, "I thought it was just too much thunderstump, so I walked inside of my cabin and took one of those long whiskey naps. I forgot about the wood booger. I went about my day, and when I got back to my cabin, I grabbed a full mason jar of Bengal firewater. I sat on the porch, and I proceeded to find the bottom of that mason jar. About the time the sun went down, I found the bottom of that jar. I had been feeling good for a good bit when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was a stray dog, so I didn't pay much attention to it until it started walking towards me. When I looked back up, I thought it was someone trying to scare me. But then I smelled it, the smell of an old billy goat and a dumpster fire. I knew then it wasn't someone in a suit. It was the real deal. I bolted into the cabin, locked the door, and hid in the bathtub. I hid there until the next morning. Then I got up and I drove home. I gave up drinking that day when I saw that animal in the early winter of 1990. This story was told to me by a sweet lady that we call Grandma Jane. It was told to her by her mother, who had the story happen to her sometime in the 1920s. On the Oklahoma-Arkansas line, somewhere in the area of Sugarloaf Mountain, a few families lived in the community. In the late fall, early winter, the families all got together to make sure that one of the families had pork for the winter. The work was considered man's work. But Grandma Jane's mother was part of the goings-on that day. More than likely, it had mostly been from the fact that Grandma Jane's mom was sweet on one of the neighbor's sons, the boy who would one day be Grandma Jane's dad. The day's work went on without any occurrences. It was just a messy, bloody day. After the workday was over and the sun began to set, Grandma Jane's mom started to walk home. It wasn't a far walk, maybe 30 minutes to walk home. She said bye to her sweetheart and started home. Her dad knew about her sweetheart and allowed her to stay behind, but she had to be home by dark, and she always had to take the same route home because in case she had trouble, her daddy knew where to start looking. She was about halfway when she heard the sounds of several dogs running. But it wasn't dogs. It was a small pack of wolves. She didn't take the time to count them. She Super Mario'd up the nearest tree, and those are Grandma Jane's words, by the way, and she began to wait on her dad to check up on her. She got as comfortable as she could, but not too comfortable, so she wouldn't fall asleep and fall out of the tree. After what was probably 15 minutes of yelling, "Get out of here!" and promising bodily harm and several sailors' cussings, she heard footsteps. She thought it was her dad or one of her brothers, but it wasn't. Stepping from the brush and trees, a huge 9-foot-tall dark figure walked toward the tree. Grandma Jane's mom forgot all about those wolves and now shifted her concerns towards that figure. The figure walked towards the wolves and the tree. The wolves must have known that this figure could have easily ended their hunting careers. They tucked their tails and they ran in the opposite direction. The figure walked past the tree, glanced up at the young girl, and walked on in the direction the wolves ran toward. The girl sat there on that limb and listened to the footsteps fade. She then climbed down and raced herself home. When she made it home, a very concerned daddy was waiting for her on the porch. "Any troubles?" he asked. "Wolves put me up a tree halfway home," she answered. Her dad didn't say anything, but just nodded one of those nods that speaks volumes. The next day, her dad rode out to the tree, and he saw the wolf tracks, so he could see them for himself. If he saw any other tracks, he did not mention it. Grandma Jane said that her mom only told that whole story only twice, once to her husband and once to her children. Grandma Jane said she didn't tell the whole story because she didn't want anything to happen to the figure that ran the wolves away. Hello, Nance. I had a lengthy by-chance meeting with an old-school logger that opened up about some of the old stories of the unexplainable sights from a time way before my time, and a few stories that were before his time. This gentleman is one of those that you can tell if and when he's pulling your leg. I point-blank asked him about the bear and related stories. He goes on to say that he told me he remembered his people talking about that bear and related a story that happened about the same time. He said that when he was a youngster, he attended a shoat killing and scalding. Now back then, folks butchered their own meat. The menfolk would help out their neighbors and make a kind of party out of a messy job at hand. The hosting farmer's wife would cook for everyone, and that was payment for the men's work. No one would ever take money. After the butchering took place, they would put the meat in the smokehouse to preserve the meat. A man's smokehouse was like the shoats. You don't take from it unless you're about to starve, and once again, you would make it right. He told me that on this scalding party, after the meat was butchered, they put the meat in the smokehouse ate a large meal, and then went home. He remembered that his dad and Grandpa had driven a team of mules and a wagon to that party, even though they owned an old truck. But trucks, they needed gas, and mules, they could eat grass and shrubs, so they drove the mule team. He said that after a few days after they got home, the farmer came to his house on a horse, and he was beyond mad. The farmer pulled his dad and Grandpa to the side and began to question them like a cop would a hardened criminal. He tried to sneak closer to hear what was being said, but he was told to go help his mama, so he couldn't hear the interrogation. It took him a few years to hear the story from his grandpa, who, like most grandpas, will tell the stories that the parents wouldn't approve of. His grandpa told him that the farmer had meat missing from the smokehouse, so he put a hasp and a lock on the smokehouse door, just for someone to bust the door down. When the farmer quizzed his nearest neighbors, they pointed the finger at his uncle and named him as the suspect, just to find out that his uncle had made his late fall trip at that time to the mountains to make some easy money. So there was no way it could have been him, because he was over 20 miles away from the farmer's place. Grandpa told the farmer it was probably a bear wanting some fresh smoked pork. But the farmer said it wasn't a bear, because the meat was carried away, and that his dogs, they would have chased the bear off. So it must have been a lazy man. He said that his uncle was known far and wide for being lazy, but he always had money. So if he had wanted the meat, he would have traded or just paid money for the meat. The farmer left, leaving a cloud of dust and swearing that he would get to the bottom of the theft. When his uncle came home, he was also mad. He would learn later from his uncle that something had toppled over every one of his easy money barrels while he was sampling the previous batch of easy money, causing him to come home early to go get some ingredients for his easy money. Grandpa told his uncle that it was probably a deputy just doing his sworn duty, but his uncle paid those deputies to turn a blind eye to his easy money operation, and if it had been the law, they would have torn up his printing press instead of just pouring out the barrels. His uncle made the trip into town to get the ingredients for his easy money and then returned to the mountains with 2 cousins to help keep an eye on the barrels. This time, he was able to make his easy money, and he returned home to put his easy money in his own smokehouse that had never had the first fire built in it. He then locked the door, and he let word of mouth get around about his easy money. His uncle told him that he would often see large footprints, and he would see something big walking upright, but he thought that it was a side effect of sampling too much of his own easy money. But one day, when he was heading back to his mountain escape, he saw something that spooked him to the point that he quit his easy money operation up in the mountains, and for a brief time, he made a few dollars from his own sweat. But that didn't last long, so he moved his easy money operation closer to home, where he could guard his operation better. But he didn't retrieve his printing press from the mountains himself. He hired it done. His uncle never returned to the mountains for the rest of his life. The men he hired to retrieve his printing press said the whole time that they were packing everything up, they felt like they were being watched. So they quickly packed everything and got off the mountain in a hurry. One man said that the pack animals acted nervous, like a predator was near. But it wasn't until they started off the mountain that the rear rider turned to see a bear watching from the timberline, and that the bear followed from a distance until they got to the road. The man who told his uncle about the bear sold his place soon after he came off that mountain and moved to Fort Smith, and he never came back to Oklahoma. The logger told me that his dad and grandpa logged using big draft mules that were brick wall strong, and they didn't spook, ever. But one day in the late spring, they were working in a thick pine forest. His dad hired several men to cut down the timber, but the male family members were the ones to drive the mule teams to keep the mules from getting abused by ill-tempered loggers. But this day, the mules did not want to work. They tried every little mule trick to head home and out refused to go into those thick pines. They brought in different teams of horses and mules, but none of those animals wanted anything to do with that stand of pines. For a week, they cut down pines. They had several trees down, but the animals refused to go into that pine thicket. Finally, they got a man with a tractor to skid the timber out. On the last day at the pine growth, 4 men quit, and they sold their logging tools for what they could get out of them, and they left in a hurry. One man told the grandpa that he saw a devil in the thicket, and he was motivated to change occupations, and he too left Oklahoma. One man later said that he saw the biggest bear that he had ever seen watching him from a distance, and then he said that he would much rather be broke than become bear poop. He said years later, before his grandpa died, he said he too saw the bear, and that it scared him to the point he thought about moving. But he had put a lot of work in on his place, and that's where his wife and a son was buried, and that was the main reason he stayed. That way, those 2 graves would be taken care of. His uncle and grandpa died 10 days apart, and they were buried next to each other. When his folks passed, they too were buried in that same spot. A week before his uncle died, he said that he had heard strange yells coming from the mountains, but he once again said it was a side effect from sampling too much of his own easy money. The logger told me that he would often hear strange cries coming off the mountain, even when he hadn't had any of his uncle's easy money. He said it sounded like a sorrowful cry, like a wailing woman. There would be one would wail, and another would answer. He said sometimes it would last half the night. A lot of folks heard that wailing, but they either never talked about it, or they chalked it up as another known animal. Only in recent times have they admitted that it wasn't a known animal. I asked if he had ever seen what was making those noises. He said twice. Once while he was deer hunting in Wholesome Valley. He was driving down the forest road, and 2 miles shy of getting on the county road, one crossed the road not 20 yards in front of his truck. He said if it was a man in a suit, he would have dwarfed me. He allowed that animal was close to 10 feet tall and weighed 800 pounds if he was 1 ounce. I asked, he? And he assured me that he was really that big. The other time was close to where the BFRO had made the reports. He said that he was working for a corporate logging company as a dozer operator, and the sheep dip mechanic put a few quarts of hydraulic fluid in his dozer's full tank, causing the dozer to cut out and smoke like the cinders of hell. He said it was getting close to quitting time, and he saw something out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head to see a small creature watching from a closer than comfortable distance. He said it was watching him like a human child would watch a dozer work. About that time, the bulldozer backfired, as loud as any cannon firing, with a boom that shook the whole mountainside. That sent the little guy in the opposite direction at a speed that would have impressed any good-blooded racehorse. He was able to get the bulldozer started and parked it for the night. He told me that was the last time that he saw one, but he still hears a wail echo from time to time. On his last birthday, his son-in-law asked if he had ever seen any strange animals. When he asked back, "Why, did you?" His son-in-law changed the subject. His daughter has asked several times for him to move in with her, but he is adamant about staying on his family's land, even with the whales coming from the mountains. He then told me of the mountain witch that lived in a cabin at the bottom of the mountain. Everyone avoided her place, even though she never hurt anyone. But he said that if you look up a picture of a witch, well, there would be her picture, and that is what caused folks to give her a wide berth. Every morning she would make 3 big pans of cornbread for her mountain friends. He said his family learned this from her after his grandpa was bitten by a rattlesnake. He said his grandpa was bad sick, and there was no way they could have gotten him to a doctor in time to save him. And as if summoned by magic, she showed up at the house with a small bag of medicine and a pouch of chewing tobacco. She made a poultice and smeared it over the snake bite. Then she made a tea and almost forcefully forced his grandpa to drink the entire cup. He said Grandpa choked it down. She told the family when he woke up, give him all the whiskey he could stomach and feed him wild game for a week, and that within a week he would return to work. And sure enough, 5 days later, he returned to work. His grandma made a pie for the woman and delivered it herself. The woman asked that if she had food brought to her again, to please bring 2 of the dish, 1 for her and 1 for her mountain friends. So from that day on, when they brought her food, they would make sure to bring 2 to her. When that woman died, they buried her as she requested, and for almost a month, cries could be heard coming from the mountains. Not the wails, but the sounds of a mournful, heartbroken cry. The family locked the door to the cabin and let nature reclaim her place as she had requested. He said nature reclaimed the house that he was born in and the house that his dad was born in. Nothing is left besides the memories and the grave markers. But that's the way nature had it planned all along. Recently, I found your site and I love listening to the stories. This is my encounter, if it was an encounter. Dear Buckeye Bigfoot, as I get older, I see the need to tell of an experience that happened to me as a child. I'm 52 now. Whether this was a Bigfoot encounter or not, I do not know, but it does seem to fit. I absolutely do not want any recognition. You can pass this along, read it on your channel, edit it, or use it any way you see fit. I just wish to remain anonymous. You may use my first name, however. Location: Scioto County, Ohio, between Minford and South Webster, Ohio. Farmland on the edge of what today is the Ohio Hanging Rock Nature Preserve. Time: late afternoon. Still daylight, so I would say around 7 p.m. It was in the summer, but not exactly sure of a month. The year was 1975, and I was 6 years old. My mom and dad had left me and my siblings at my cousin's house while they did some shopping. This was an old small farmhouse and had stairs right in the center. They went up to an attic that had been finished for a bedroom. This bedroom took up the entire width of the house. It had sloping ceilings and 1 window in each end wall. The highest part was right in the center of the house at the peak of the roof. This house has been torn down now. I was sitting on the floor playing with a toy truck and my feet were on the top stair step. Both windows were open. I turn my head and see this thing looking at me. It was the ugliest thing I'd ever seen. All I could see was the head and 2 hands on the windowsill. I now estimate it would have been about 15 to 20 feet away. No noises were made by this thing or me. I do not remember any bad smell, but I've always had sinus issues. I wasn't scared because I thought it was one of my cousins trying to scare me. I looked down the stairs, then back over to the window, and it was gone. So I then get up, and I calmly walk down the stairs, still thinking it was one of my cousins. I look in the living room, and everyone is in there watching TV. I then walk out the front door and around the house to where the window is. I was looking for the ladder they would have had to use to get to the window, but no ladder. Still not really scared, but confused on how my cousins could have pulled this trick off. As I think about it now, that windowsill would have been approximately 12 feet high off the ground. Old houses were typically shorter back then, but I arrived at that height by this: 12 inches ground to the first floor, 8 feet tall first floor ceiling height, and it was probably less than that. 12 inches for the attic floor thickness, and 24 inches for the attic floor to windowsill. All that adds up to the 12-foot windowsill from the ground. So whatever it was had to be standing on something. As I stated, there was nothing near the window when I went out and checked. I never heard of a Bigfoot encounter with a 12-foot tall animal before, so this makes me confused on what I saw. Also, as I got older, my buddies and I were in the surrounding woods pretty much every day, hunting, camping, etc. We have never seen or found any evidence of a Bigfoot. That makes me doubt that it was a Bigfoot I saw that day. As much time as I spent in the woods, why did I never see a Bigfoot again? One thing I can say, since as long as I can remember, I have had a fear of Bigfoot. Even though I'm in my 50s, I don't like being too near wooded areas at night. So maybe my subconscious knows what I saw, but I've tried to convince myself otherwise. I cannot say for sure what I saw that day, but I did see something, and I've recounted it just as I remember it. Signed, Tim. My husband and I started listening to your YouTube channel at the end of 2020 and was amazed to hear the different stories of encounters and sightings. Your most recent video about the man down by the pond who had lost his wife, I turned to my husband and said, I think I'm going to write Nance about our encounters. So, to preface this email, I will say that this might be a bit lengthy. I apologize for that in advance. But in order to give our encounters plausibility and foundation, I need to start at the beginning. In 1998, my husband and I and a 4-year-old daughter moved to a very small town in north-central Missouri. We are, literally, 30 miles in any direction away from a city. We have to drive a good distance to grocery shop to go to the doctor or dentist or anything. Also, when I say small town, I mean less than 50 people. The perfect town to raise a small child. Our small family traveled a lot the first 5 years of moving there, and sometimes we were home maybe 2 months out of the year. A couple of years it was less than that. At the end of 5 years, 2003, I found a job working remote for a large company. It made it perfect to allow us to homeschool our daughter and still be home. My husband and I both took turns homeschooling our daughter, and she was and is a very intelligent individual. So, she would have her workbooks complete by noon and would then go outside to play. We never let her go out to play alone before she was 8 years old. While we do live in a small town, our house sits on a hill on the northeast side of the town. Down below the meadow is a line of trees that outlines a huge creek that runs for miles. I checked one time, and the creek behind our house and down in the meadow runs almost through the middle of Missouri, with forests and conservation land lining the way. Since she was our only child, I was very protective of my little girl. So if she went outside, either her daddy or I would go with her. Before I get into the meat of the story, I want to explain that I never really believed in Bigfoot. I had seen Boggy Creek when I was a kid, and I related it, in my mind, to the same thing as the boogeyman. It was a good, clean, scary story, plain and simple. I truly had no idea. Okay, on to our encounters. Up until our daughter turned 8 years old, we never really had any activity of any kind, or at least that is what we thought. When our daughter started going out to play by herself, she really wasn't playing by herself. She had some small friends in the town that she played with, and our neighbors were like built-in babysitters, as they liked to sit out on their front porch and watch the kids playing. My neighbor would actually call me if she couldn't see my daughter behind the house. The best neighbors ever. On one afternoon, our daughter, Michelle, came skipping into the house saying that she couldn't find her cat, Tommy. It wasn't like little Tommy to roam, so I went outside to help her find him. A week after Tommy went missing, my hubby went to the barn to find some items in the barn had been moved around, but nothing was missing. It was just odd things moved, replaced, or fallen over in the barn. We both never thought any more about it, but my hubby made sure the barn doors were shut and the main door was locked after that. During that same week, our next cat, Bootsy, went missing. He did come back about 3 days later, but his leg was torn open and he was hurting really bad. I went to the vet and got him some antibiotics. But Bootsy was a roamer, and as soon as he started feeling better, he started roaming around. After 3 or 4 days, he never came back. So I went outside one night around 10 p.m., and I tried to call Bootsy as he was my cat. I started walking down the small road in front of our home. It is an old rock road, and there are neighbors on the other side of the street. I started calling Bootsy, making those kitty kitty sounds when I was trying to call the cat in. I think you know what I mean. We own 2.5 acres behind our house, and the back half of the property is grown over with weeds and pasture about 4 or 5 feet tall. We don't have a brush hog, so we just let it go, and sometimes we let our neighbor have the grass if they need it and want to come hay it. But on this night, I heard something in the brush. This was about 100 yards to the north of me. I stopped and called, "Bootsy, come here, buddy." And then I heard this yell. That is the only way I can explain it. It was a yell, very guttural, but very, very loud, ending almost in a high-pitched question. And then I heard running feet. I actually heard the pounding of running, whatever it was, coming through the high grass. I had a watch light above me, so I couldn't really see into the field. It scared me so bad, I ran the distance back to the house. I don't think I have ever run that fast in my life, honestly. When I got into the house, I told my hubby, and he went outside to look around, but didn't see or hear anything. We also never saw Bootsy again. During this time, I started doing some research online on what type of animals we had in the area. Besides coyotes, deer, badgers, a few timber wolves that were introduced, and a bobcat, there really wasn't anything that I could relate to the yell that I heard. As I was researching, I came across a Bigfoot site. There were some yells, whoops, whistles, etc. in their media file, and I'll never forget the hair standing up on my arms as I heard a yell quite similar to the yell I heard that night behind our house. In the course of the research, I found a lady who actually habituated with a group of Bigfoot. So I reached out to her about what was going on. She lived in southwestern Missouri. When I told her about the things that had happened, she asked how old our house was. I found out that our house was built in 1858 and was the first house or building in the area. It had been around for a long time. She told me that Bigfoot saw our house as a landmark of sorts. They don't live down below us. She said they probably use that creek as a migratory pattern and probably just used the forest down there as a stopover place before migrating south. They used our house as a landmark as they passed through. Her biggest advice to us was to pay attention to what happened down in that creek, that they wouldn't hurt us, and that they were very curious of children and women, especially their females. So I decided to talk to my husband and daughter about my suspicions. At first, my husband didn't really take to it, but he didn't poo-poo the idea either because the things that had happened around our place were odd, and none of our neighbors would do the things that we had seen in the barn. Our daughter was not scared at all. In fact, she was probably the most proactive when it came to watching the meadow below our house. Nothing happened for quite a few months after that, until we came home from church one evening in October. It was about 10 p.m., and as we started to go inside, our daughter looked around the side of the house and said, "Daddy, I heard something." So we stopped and walked over to her. She said she was going to say hi and do a whoop like she had heard on the internet. I laughed a bit and I told her, "Sure, honey, go ahead." So she yelled really loud, "Hi there!" And then she gave a very loud, high-pitched whoop. The air was a bit chilly on that late October evening, but it had nothing to do with the chills that ran through me when a high-pitched whistle, almost sounding like a tea kettle on the stove, came shrilly from the bottom of the meadow. All three of us looked at each other, and it was our daughter who broke the tension as she laughed and said, "I think they want to be friends." For almost 10 minutes, she kept yelling hi and whooping, and they would respond with those high-pitched whistles and very loud knocks. However, when my hubby or I tried to yell, they never responded. We kept a close eye on the meadow for a few weeks after that, and Michelle would go outside and yell and whoop, but they didn't respond. She was disappointed, but as kids often do, she went back to schoolwork and playing with her friends, and Bigfoot was forgotten for a few months. All through the winter, we watched and waited, but nothing happened. No more incidents. Until early May of 2005. My husband was visiting his cousin about 40 miles away to help him do some work on the farm. I was working in my office, and Michelle was finishing up some end-of-year schoolwork when he came into the house. He walked into my office, and his face was as white as a sheet, his eyes wide. He said, "I saw him." I was a bit confused. "Saw who? Your cousin? Is he okay?" He shook his head, and he looked me straight in the eye. "I saw Bigfoot." He then proceeded to tell me how he was leaving his cousin's house. They are very rural and raise cattle. He looked into the tree line and saw a large person standing with one hand holding the branch of a tree up so he could look at him. He said that he looked back for a second look, but the Bigfoot was gone. He was dark-haired with little to no hair on his face, and he said he looked like a person, not an animal, not an ape. He was deeply affected by it. So I contacted the lady in southern Missouri, and she sent back a drawn picture of a black Bigfoot. When my hubby saw it, he said, "That is what I saw." Sure enough, it did not look like an animal. It looked like a person. My hubby said he looked like a big black man, except he had hair all over his body. Later, he went back to gauge the height, and he stated it was hunched down to look under the tree limbs, so he gauged it to be 8.5 to 9 feet tall. After a few weeks, everything settled down. Michelle had turned 9 and was growing like a weed. She loved playing outside and riding her bike around the small town. I always told her to stay on the little road in the town and not to get near the highway. She never did. At close to sunset, if she was still outside playing, her daddy would whistle for her. His whistles are shrill, loud, and everyone within a mile can hear it. So we knew she would hear it, and when he whistled, it meant dinner time and time to come in for the night. He had been doing this for a while to call Michelle in at night. It was a ritual. One evening, in the middle of June, it was just a little after 6 p.m. I had just started working on dinner, and Michelle came running in. "It's time to eat?" she asked. Her daddy said, "No, baby, you have about 30 more minutes to play." Her eyebrows crinkled up in confusion. "But you whistled for me." My husband said, "No, honey, I didn't. I've been in here helping Mommy." She stared back at us, clearly still confused. "Daddy, you whistled twice. Even Mercedes heard it and said, 'Your dad's calling you.'" At that point, I looked at my hubby, and he looked at me, and we clearly communicated to each other that it wasn't us that had called our daughter in that early evening. Let me just add right here that the lady that we have been communicating with in southern Missouri said Bigfoot are very good impersonators. They can mimic other animals, but they can mimic people sounds too. My hubby and I had been researching everything that we could on the subject, and we realized that someone had heard my hubby's whistles and that Michelle would come when he would whistle for her. Michelle became very absorbed with wanting to communicate with them. We heard how some people had placed gifts out for them, toys or food. Michelle had an idea to place 3 pretty pink ribbons out on the barbed wire fence on the back of our 2.5 acres. They weren't just pink. They were a bright, vibrant pink, very eye-catching. She tied the ribbon on the fence. She would leave apples out there and other little trinkets. At first, nothing happened. But as time went on, there would be times the ribbon was braided. Sometimes the apples were gone. Sometimes you could tell a small critter had got to them. She did this all through the summer and even through fall and winter. I do have to add, there was less activity in the winter. I think there was only one time that we saw footprints in the snow one winter, but that was all. In the spring of 2006, Michelle went out to the ribbon in the backyard, and it was all faded and torn from the elements. It was just starting to get warm, and we noticed that the prairie brush that usually bunched up in that area of the fence was gone. The ground was all trampled. We thought it was odd, but our neighbors had cows, so we thought maybe a cow had come too close to the fence here. But in a few weeks, we realized something was different. There was a little bush growing in the fence row, and it started blooming. Can you guess what color the flowers on that bush were? The flowers were the same vibrant pink that the ribbons were when Michelle had placed them out there the year before. The bush is still there to this day. After that, Michelle placed other little gifts out there for them. Sometimes they were taken, sometimes they were not. That summer was the first of the summers when we started having a lot of activity. They would hit the side of the house to get our attention. They would yell, "Hi!" and "Hi there!" from the meadow with that deep, guttural roar. It was as plain as could be. "Hi!" Michelle would holler back. She tried yelling "Friend" down to the meadow, and then there would be that tea kettle whistle that would follow. Around August, it was very hot, and we had the air conditioning unit on. We heard a loud slap on the back of the house. We were getting used to this now. It was like they were saying, "We're passing through, just letting you know." We would look at each other and smile and keep watching TV or whatever we were doing. But that evening, my hubby went into the kitchen and left the light out and looked out the window. It was almost totally dark out, but not quite. Just a bit after twilight is how I would describe it. On the other side of the fence, he saw two figures. One was so large he could only see from the chest down, but the other was smaller, maybe 5 feet. He couldn't see its face as it was very dark, but it looked like a kid, and he was dancing back and forth on both legs excitedly. What he was seeing was either a daddy or mommy and little Junior. He was sure of it. My hubby didn't tell Michelle and myself until the next day. We went out to where the fence was, and sure enough, you could see where the parent had just been standing in the tall grass, and where little Junior had been. You could also see the activity of how he had been dancing back and forth on both legs. For the next few years, several times Michelle was called home early before her daddy actually called her. She kept trying to communicate with them too. When Michelle turned 12, she went to camp one summer. She was gone a week, and that week we had some activity. I think they were looking for her. After the week had ended and Michelle was back home, we were sitting down watching a movie and eating some popcorn together, and we heard 3 very loud slaps on the back of the house. We all froze, and immediately Michelle smiled and laughed and said, "I think they are glad I'm home." Sure enough, the next evening she was called home early with that loud whistle. She came home, and she didn't even need to ask if her daddy had called her. She knew who had called her. Fast forward to when Michelle graduated high school and started working full-time in a town about 30 miles away. There was much less activity. We still had whoops and "hi" from the meadow bottoms. But Michelle never really went outside to play anymore. The only time we had major activity was when Michelle's cousins came to visit one summer. Michelle was 18 or 19, so that made her cousins all ages 19 to 25. The boys stayed out in the RV in the barn, and the girls stayed with Michelle in her room in the house. My hubby and I shared our encounters with the nephews and nieces, and we actually had some evenings when we drove out to the back roads and made whoops and calls. It was fun and kind of scary a few times. When we came home from Bigfoot hunting, it was late, around 11 p.m. My hubby and a few of the boys went into the backyard, and my hubby said something big and dark was standing at the back of the property, and the waist of the figure was above the tall prairie grass, which put the figure at about 8 foot tall. But when he looked over at it and brought the nephew's attention to it, the figure hunched down quickly, but not before one of our nephews saw him too. That night, something hit the side of the RV in the barn. Scared the boys to death. We all had a good laugh about that. It was like the big guys were trying to join in the Bigfoot fun. The next day, we had the best evidence ever. A huge footprint behind the barn in some fresh dirt. It measured 18.5 inches long and about 7.5 inches wide at the ball of the foot. It was huge. It brought everything into stark reality. Through the years, our daughter grew into a beautiful woman. She got married and moved away, as children often do. We had a few more encounters after that. We saw a totally white one in the meadow below the house with a bunch of the neighbors' cows. I have no idea what in the world it was doing there among the cows, but we took the binoculars, and sure enough, it was a tall, white, man-looking being. Almost as if he knew he was being watched, within 10 seconds, he had crouched behind a bush with just his white head sticking out. Funny dude, as if we couldn't see him. 2 years ago, we were driving home from a church service that was about 70 miles away, and we saw one, I saw one, on the right side of the road. The reason my hubby did not see it is because there was a fresh hit deer in the middle of the road, and it was not yet dead. He slowed down, but there was another car coming from the other direction, so his attention was on the car and the deer. My attention was on the huge bush on the side of the road that seemed to change shape as we got closer to it. It was in the ditch on the right side of the road, directly across from the deer that had been hit, and the bush was a female, approximately 7.5 feet tall. She was silver, and she looked very old. Her eyes were closed when we passed her, so I didn't get to see any color reflection in her eyes. But there was zero hair on her face, and I swear to you, she looked like an Eskimo in the face. Very round face, slanting closed eyes. She had zero hair at the end of her breasts, but those were the only things I could detail as we drove by. All I could think of was, did I just see what I thought I just saw? I even said it out loud, and my hubby said, it was a deer. Why? Then I proceeded to tell him what I had just seen. We deduced that she was there to grab the deer. There is also a conservation area right behind where I had my sighting, so that would make sense. Not long after that incident, our daughter brought her family to visit. It was early June 2019. She and her husband now have a 4-year-old daughter. They came to stay about 4 or 5 days. Our little granddaughter wanted to play outside, so Michelle and I took her out to the side yard, where my husband saw Mama or Daddy and little Junior in the past, and we let her run around. She was hollering and playing, and out of nowhere we hear this long tea kettle whistle. We all looked at each other. They were passing through. So Michelle had her little girl yelling, "Hi!" down to the meadow, and whooping like when she was a little girl. The responses from the meadow just warmed my heart. The next night, Michelle and Rosie were coming home late from visiting a friend, and as they pulled into the drive, Rosie looked at the fence line and yelled to her mama, "A deer!" Michelle knew what it was. It wasn't a deer, but she didn't want to tell Rosie that. So she called from our carport into the house and said, "Mama, please come out here. Bigfoot is at the fence, and Rosie saw him. She's scared." So Mimi came out to the rescue. I went outside, but did not see our big friend. I went out into the carport, and I picked Rosie up and walked both she and her mama into the house. But before we did, I had Rosie yell out, "Hi!" out to the fence row. And we heard the sweetest, softest whistle I have ever heard. To this day, Rosie still calls it a deer with red eyes. She doesn't know what Bigfoot is. That will come in the future. But for now, it was so awesome that she got to see our big friends of the woods. I will update you if we get any new or exciting activity. I would like to stress, they are not animals. They are people. Very, very big people. Very intelligent people. Why haven't searchers found bones? Because they bury their dead. They seem very spiritual to me. Just like us, I think there are good Bigfoot and bad Bigfoot. But I think we need to realize that they are curious and truly do not mean any harm. At least, the tribe that migrates behind our house. I often wonder, on that night when my hubby saw the parent and the juvenile, I wonder if a mama was bringing Junior up to the house to meet our Michelle. Whenever I see Michelle, I tell her, I think your Bigfoot boyfriend came to visit the other day. She laughs and says, "Oh, Mama." Thank you, Nance, for letting me share. As you can see, it has been many years of experiences. I haven't told half the story, like the bad-smelling Bigfoot, the Bigfoot that broke into a neighbor's barn and stole their feed bags, or the Bigfoot that was literally yelling from the meadow to make the dogs in our town bark like crazy on purpose. I still laugh at that one. Maybe I will tell you about those someday. But for now, I will end this email with a reminder. If they don't bother you, don't bother them. They are curious. They are ornery, but they are a gentle people, and I feel so very privileged to be able to see them and interact with them. Signed, Kay from Missouri. Big Jim is an 80-something-year-old retired big machine operator. He was born around Howe, Oklahoma, sometime in the late 1930s or early 1940s. I have known Big Jim most of my life. He is stooped over now, and he's still taller than me. I am willing to bet that when he was a young man, he was close to 7 feet tall. Big Jim told me about various stories that had happened in this area. Big Jim's mother-in-law had fallen and broken her leg while he was at work. His wife, being a good daughter, had the mother-in-law move in while she recovered from her broken leg. Big Jim then said that if he had to do it all over again, he would have sent his wife to stay with her mama, and he would have braved the cooking stove and that mysterious room called the kitchen. But hindsight is 20/20. With a nagging she-devil now staying at his house, Big Jim looked for every excuse not to be in the same vicinity as the injured gremlin. Big Jim said she was only 5 feet tall, but most men were scared of her, including Big Jim. After one of the gremlin's verbal assaults, Big Jim went to his brother's house to escape the smell of brimstone. Big Jim and his brother went down on the Poteau River to unwind after a rough week. They fished and camped in a tent. They had a few gallons of mineral water with them, and they both quenched their thirst. The first night after they fell asleep in their tent, Big Jim was awakened by the sound of something walking in the river, but thought nothing of it. He thought maybe it was someone's stock coming to get a drink, so he went back to sleep, just to hear footsteps walk around the tent, but he wasn't too worried. He then heard something lean against his truck, and then he heard the sound of urine hitting the side of his truck. Now that was too much for him to take, so he jumped up out of the tent just to see a large silhouette of the biggest man he ever saw. About that time, his brother came out of the tent. His brother had a flashlight and shined it on the still whizzing man, but the light shined only to show a huge, hair-covered critter. Big Jim said that it looked darn near human, but it wasn't human. He and his brother were in shock to see this thing taking a leak on the side of his truck. His brother, who was still feeling good from their earlier drinking, stated, "Do you mind? We don't whiz on your truck." The critter just snorted as if to say, "I'll whiz wherever I want to, little guy." Big Jim said that the critter stood there for over a minute whizzing on the side of his truck. When the critter finished, he walked down to the river and walked out into the water and away from the campers. Long after the critter left, they could still smell the urine on the truck. Big Jim said it smelt like a tomcat's litter box, but he couldn't remember smelling the critter itself. He said he wasn't scared, but annoyed at the audacity of the critter whizzing on his truck. Big Jim put more wood on the fire and waited for the sun to come up. When there was enough light to see, he checked his truck and he saw that the urine caused the paint to fade. Even after washing his truck several times, you could still smell the wee. And after 4 times of painting that spot, it was still faded. About 6 months later, the brothers were coming home from work. They passed near the spot where they had encountered the hairy whizzer. They both looked and saw a large form in the riverbank. Big Jim said he probably had a she-devil for a mother-in-law too, and just needed a place to escape to. And what better than to whiz on a shiny Chevy truck? Kyle is Big Jim's younger brother. For years and years he had his eyes on a few hundred acres in Wholesome Valley. One day it came up for sale, so he jumped on the deal. He quickly had a well dug and ran electric there. He began to build a house and real quick began to have issues. After he had the floor built and was gone getting another load of lumber from the mill, someone climbed up the steps and dropped a huge deuce right in the middle of the newly constructed floor. He cleaned it off and began to build the walls and brace them off, and got a few more loads of lumber so he could continue to build his house. But when he came back, the lumber was strewn everywhere. He thought it was a bear behind the mischief, so he borrowed money to hire some carpenters to finish his house. He could work full-time, and carpenters could get more done quicker. On a Friday, the head carpenter said they would not be back, and he gave him the name of a group that would be able to finish the project. So he hired the new group. One of the new group told Kyle why they quit. They said that they were scared of the monster they had seen several times. But the new group needed money, and they had a rifle, and it would take more than a monster to scare them off. The second group stayed in a tent and worked longer hours. But at sundown, one of them would fire several shots off of the rifle, but they could hear heavy footsteps during the night, and when they finished the job, they told Kyle that they had seen his monster, but it stayed in the timber. Kyle had his furniture moved into the new house, and he stayed the first night. It was October, so he had the windows raised and a fan blowing in the window. He had a jug of drinking spirits that was made by the neighbors. Now that night he had to answer nature's call. Instead of going to the toilet, he stepped off the porch and done his business. He heard several footsteps approaching his new house. He called out, "I can hear you walking, and I'm not scared of you. This is my home, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let an ape run me off." He walked back inside his house and grabbed his rifle and jug and sat on his porch swing and listened for sounds. He could hear those heavy footsteps. "I told you, it's going to take more than an ape to run me off, so beat it," he yelled. He could hear the footsteps getting closer, so he cocked his rifle. There's no other sound that will get anything's attention like the sound of a Henry rifle getting cocked. This made the footsteps stop. He took a big pull off his jug. "I'm going to sit here and finish this jug. If I was you, I would go home before you piss me off and I climb off this porch and teach you manners." He sat there listening, but he didn't hear anything. He took another swig out of his jug, and as he was about to swallow, he heard a high-pitched whoop come off the mountain. He almost choked. Then, less than 50 yards away, another high-pitched whoop answered. Kyle said that little funky monkey had some nerve calling in for reinforcements, and that if he had a phone, he would have called his dad, his brothers, and cousins, and he would show that twerp how to have a proper family feud. But he didn't have a phone, so it would have to be a private feud. Another whoop came from the mountains, but before the little twerp could answer, Kyle returned that whoop with one of his rebel yells. Kyle waited on the porch swing until the sun came up. Then he walked around his house several times, and he saw several sets of footprints. He took a bath and drove to Big Jim's house, and he told him the story about his monster. So Big Jim came back to Kyle's house to help with the feud. Not long after they made it back to Kyle's house, their dad and uncle followed, and then carfuls of various family members pulled up and got out. "Heard you have a bear problem," an uncle said. Then a cousin said, "That bear is going to have a people problem." They cut wood and built several large fire rings around his big yard and waited and watched for the bear. Now all of these men had nerves of steel, and they didn't spook easy. They passed the jug around, but one uncle, Big Jim, and Kyle stuck with just lemonade. At sunset, they built small fires in their fire rings and waited. An hour after sunset, the same whoop came out off the mountain. Everyone jumped. And when the whoop was answered not 100 yards away from their fire rings, everyone jumped even bigger. Then someone asked, "What's that smell?" And someone answered with a sorry excuse, "That was me. That last whoop startled me." Flashlights lit up the area from the last whoop, but no one saw anything. All was quiet the rest of the night. The next day they all looked for signs of the monster. They all saw footprints, but everyone had to work the next day, so they all went home. Kyle stayed behind to continue the feud. That night, Kyle deadbolted the door, bathed, and then laid on the couch. Once again, a whoop came out of the mountains, and it was answered by another whoop that was close to Kyle's truck. Kyle jumped up, grabbed his rifle, opened the door, and flipped on the porch light just to hear retreating footsteps. Kyle yelled insults about the monster's mother and his whole family. Whatever this monster was, it knew Kyle was alone and that he had a rifle. So it was brave, but not stupid. The rest of the night went by quick, and Kyle went to work and then came home to find the wood in his lean-to thrown around his yard. He left the wood laying in the yard. No need to play this twerp's game. It seemed that this little twerp wanted to push buttons. Kyle went inside, bolted the door, bathed, and fell asleep. Right before the sun began to rise, a whoop filled Kyle's house. At first, he thought the little twerp was able to get in the house. But no, the windows were not big for that reason. Kyle didn't want anyone to be able to break in. What the monster had done was stick its head close to the window and whoop. Kyle didn't storm outside. He laid back down and dozed until the alarm clock rang out. He went to work, and he asked one of his co-workers how his family had handled their bear problem. His co-worker said they shot several shotgun rounds off and hundreds of black cat firecrackers, and finally the bear ran off. Kyle said, "Well, I have shotgun shells, but I don't have any firecrackers. His coworker said, "Don't worry," that he had something much louder than a firecracker. When Kyle got home, he noticed a huge pile of poo on his steps. He cleaned it off, the whole time swearing vengeance on his monster. It had been a long day, so Kyle went to bed and fell asleep. If anything happened that night, he didn't know about it. The next day, his coworker gave him a big sack of homemade pipe bombs. Kyle laughed at the thought of sending this twerp on the run. After a long day, Kyle came home to find that mud had been thrown on his screen. He thought, well, it hadn't rained. Where did the monster get mud? But after he looked closer, he found out that wasn't mud. This little twerp had gotten ballsy. After Kyle cleaned the crap-covered screen, he waited till dark, and he lit one of the bombs and threw it towards the mountains. The explosion was loud, and the sound echoed. Kyle laughed out loud. He then went to bed and slept all night without any interruptions. He went to work, where his coworker gave him another big sack of pipe bombs. Kyle went home to find that nothing had happened during the day. He picked up his wood and was walking towards the steps when he saw the monster in the timberlines walking toward his house. He acted like he hadn't seen the monster. He got his bag of pipe bombs and waited near his lean-to. That twerp was walking straight toward his lean-to. Kyle fought back laughter and watched as the monster got less than 30 yards away from his lean-to, then 20 yards. Kyle lit a fuse and threw it toward the monster. The monster had turned to look up at a plane and didn't see the pipe bomb. It was less than 5 feet away when it blew up. The monster lost control of his bodily functions and made both lemonade and fudge. Kyle lit another bomb. It landed right behind the monster. He spun around just for another bomb to go off, and then another. The monster headed back toward the mountains at a full run. That night, Kyle got a full night's sleep. It rained that weekend, and Kyle stayed inside. Nothing happened that next week. But the next weekend, Kyle seen a large gorilla-colored critter walking in the timberline. Just to be on the safe side, he lit another bomb, and the sound sent the monster running. That was the last time he saw one of those monsters at his place. He saw one cross the road one night when he and his wife were in Missouri for a funeral. It was at night near the Arkansas-Missouri border. I went to the store this morning, and when I got home, I found a note on my door with a short but sweet message. So I did exactly what the note said, and I called the 2 numbers on the note. The first number I called was an old coworker's dad that I also worked around, but not with. He heard that I am gathering stories about unusual animals in my area, and he gave me an account of what he had experienced. When I called Fred, he told me that back in 93 and 94, his family was living in California. In fact, he had witnessed O.J.'s white Bronco going down the highway in that infamous highway chase. He was going in the opposite direction, but he was listening to the radio, and then he thought to himself, I'm getting close to the scene of the chase. And then he passed the chase and witnessed history being made. He was heading to his company's office to get new work orders. His boss told him they wanted him to go to Idaho and to oversee drilling operations there. It would mean a big, nice, fat raise, so he agreed to go without talking to his wife. She was mad at first, but when he told her it meant twice the money, she got over her mad spell quick. And with it approaching summer break, she and the kids could come to Idaho and stay for a while. So he went to Idaho and did his job. On the morning of the day his family was supposed to arrive in Idaho, Fred hit an elk head-on in his GMC Jimmy. The impact caused the motor and transmission to shift back into the cab, shattering both of his legs, his hip, and his collarbone. The wreck knocked him out. When he came to, a trucker was checking his pulse to make sure he was still alive. He was alive, but he was in shock, and when the adrenaline wore off, he was in great pain. So much so, he passed out. When he came to again, he was in a room with 2 doctors in his room. They asked him his name, his wife and kids' names, where he was born, and what he could remember about the wreck. He told them where he was going, how fast he was driving, and about the elk running head-on into his Jimmy. And he looked down about the time he made impact to see that his speed was close to 60 miles per hour. He told them he remembered seeing a large, dark animal chasing the elk, and the elk had the "I'm getting out of Dodge" look on its face right at the time of impact. He told the doctors about the trucker feeling his pulse and the pain, and then coming to just then, and the doctor's battery of questions. The doctors told him the questions were to make sure that he didn't have any long-term memory loss. He said he laid in the hospital all that summer. When the doctors released him from the hospital, he learned that his wife had negotiated for him to be transferred back to Oklahoma. California had become too crazy for them to stay in. So Fred's dad and brother drove Fred back to Oklahoma, where he would continue to recover. It was a long recovery, but his company paid 100% of his medical bills, and when he returned to work, he had a cushy office job. And like most people who went from busting their hump out in the field and into a desk job, he packed on the pounds. He said he gained over 90 pounds, and that added to the pain that the accident left him in, and he didn't feel like doing any extra walking. But that year, he was able to get an elk tag in Colorado. He said he wanted to get revenge on the species that crippled him up, but he knew he would have to do a lot of walking in the mountains. So he began walking an hour every night and an hour every morning. The area that he still lives in, everyone is related either by blood or by marriage, so it's a safe area to walk when the sun is not out. Fred's brother-in-law had a quote-unquote bear getting into his trash, and it was scattering trash all over his yard, so he had a motion light installed. That seemed to run the bear off. But the bear just went 2 houses down and got into Fred's cousin's dog food barrel, where it was helping itself to the buffet feast. A master lock took care of the bear at the second house, but one of Fred's uncles had chicken houses, and something would get into the compost bins and eat the dead chickens, scattering feathers all over the place. A couple of big barking Great Pyrenees dogs took care of that situation, but one family member with a chemical problem claimed to see a large hairy man walk throughout the neighborhood at night. The neighbors knew about his chemical problem and chalked it up as just that too much of the LaFleur County miracle diet that doesn't require you to eat or sleep, but has side effects that may include hallucinations, and that cousin had not been vaccinated against lying, so everyone knew that he could tell some Wendy's, so not much thought was put into what he said. Fred still continued his walking, and when he would walk next to the creek, he could hear something wading in the water, but he paid it no mind. This went on for a few weeks. Then one night he walked by the creek and he heard the water splashing, but this time he stopped and listened. The moon was bright, so he eased to the bank of the creek to see what was causing the splashing sounds. and to his shock, there was a 6-foot-tall, hairy man trying to catch fish by hand in the same creek where his parents and his son-in-laws took his children and his nieces and nephews wading when the weather was warm enough. There he stood, watching as this hairy man caught a fish and began eating it right there in the creek. He watched with his jaw dropped. Fred said that he had seen a bigger version of the hairy man chase the elk that he had collided with all those years earlier. The next gentleman that I called was once employed at a local newspaper, and later he worked for a news station in Fort Smith. He recalled 2 events that had happened years earlier. One was a story submitted in a local paper about a man's encounter with Sasquatch on Kavanaugh. The man submitted the account anonymously and included a Polaroid picture of a large, dark animal. The paper printed the story as an April Fool's joke, and they used the Patterson picture instead of the picture that was included with the letter. The story was edited as a colossal joke, and the whole idea of Bigfoot as being nothing more than a huge joke. This caused the gentleman to quit the paper and to go work for a news station, just for history to repeat itself. A family south of me, some 40-ish miles, had an encounter with a tribe of Bigfoot. I believe they contacted law enforcement, and somehow the news station got involved, just to mock the story. The reporter, whose name I can't remember, acted like Bigfoot was mauling him on camera and had a laugh at that family that filed the report. The BFRO sent a man down there and made a report. I have seen that on YouTube. But I think that openly mocking folks is in poor taste for anyone that is supposed to be a professional journalist. And soon after that report aired in 2000 or 2001, there were a lot of t-shirts made up that said, Bigfoot, meth or myth. I'm not saying that methamphetamine hasn't played a role in a lot of sightings, and it's the meth heads that cause the folks that have had an honest sighting to keep their mouths shut out of fear of public ridicule, which isn't right because the world will lose out on a story that sheds much more light on an ancient legend. And you know, behind every legend, no matter how tall the tale, there is a little smidge of truth. But I think that people hear a story about Bigfoot wearing a tie-dye shirt and a headband looking like Dude Love, and they know that someone is making the story up. These 2 stories came from the same man, Old Griff. Now, Old Griff is a super cool old retired railroad hand, and like a lot of folks his age, he's seen some things in his time. He told me at the time that he had some trouble with his youngest daughter's admirer. He ran him off when he found out how old he was. She was 16, and he was 21, and he did not like that, so he put an abrupt halt to it. And that is when trash barrels got thrown around and eggs started going missing. He just knew it was the young would-be suitor. So he stayed up, and he was going to catch that young man in the act. But he would always fall asleep and then wake up to find the trash all in his yard and eggshells in the chicken coop. He said if he would have gotten his hands on that boy, well, he was going to make a firm believer out of him. He was at work when he got a call from his wife. She was crying. All he could understand was big, peeping Tom, and shower. He said he was beyond pissed, and the fact that it would be 2 days before he could get home made him all the more mad. Finally, he pulled into his own driveway where he had had his brother drive his truck, so it looked like he was still at work. He loaded his shotgun with salt shot and then made 2 pots of coffee. He chugged the coffee and waited in his woodshed. He said that due to the fact that he had never really drank coffee, he was jittery, plus being mad, so he couldn't keep still. He waited as still as he could, though, and when he heard heavy footsteps approaching, he said he could hear deep breathing. Then he heard the latch on his chicken coop lift. He jumped out of his hiding spot. He turned on his bright headlamp to see what it was, and it was not the young suitor, but a large man wearing a fur suit. Without thinking, he yelled, "What the bleep are you doing watching my wife, you pervert?" The critter tried to finish opening the coop's door. That's when old Griff gave the critter one of the barrels of 20-gauge salt shot. The critter then bolted away, heading back towards the trees, and old Griff gave it the other barrel, which gave the critter another boost of speed. Griff said he could hear that critter crashing through the woods. He stood there for a few minutes, listening to make sure that the critter didn't come back. He latched the coop door, went in, and bathed. Then he grabbed a mason jar from the fridge and sat at the table and drank the whole mason jar of the mountain's finest mineral water and soon passed out. When he woke up, his wife was sitting across from him with a very concerned look on her face. "You didn't kill him, did you?" she asked. "It would take more than salt shot to kill that bleeper," Griff said. "Your brother's outside, looking for the body," his wife said. "There's no body," Griff said. "But the biggest, hairiest man I have ever seen has a mighty sore rump this morning." Griff went out to his brother and told him exactly what had happened. His brother laughed at the thought of his older brother going to war with the ape man with a double-barrel 20-gauge loaded with salt shot. But from that day on, he got every one of his eggs, and he didn't have to pick up any more trash. Griff also told me about the big cats that he and his brother had seen at his grandparents' place when they were just kids. Griff and his brother had an old car that they shared, and one time they went to see their grandparents. As they were driving down the dirt road to get to their grandparents, over in the hayfield they saw 6 large, brown, big cats. Now Griff said they were the size of lions and colored the brownish color of a dead cedar tree. He stopped the car, and they got out to watch those big cats. He said they were walking out in the open hayfield. A large one was walking in the front, and the rest were following the large one. They were all walking at a slow pace. Griff's brother got in the car and asked Griff to drive them to their grandparents. When they got to their grandparents, their grandpa was sitting on the porch with his jug. He could tell that his grandsons had seen something that had the youngest one spooked to the point that when he spoke it came out as a whimper. They told their grandpa what they had seen. Their grandpa told them, "Yeah, I have seen that big one." But he said he didn't know about the smaller ones. Grandpa told them that he had shot the biggest one, but the bullet didn't seem to hurt him any. And Grandpa knew that he had hit him. He heard the whack of the bullet making contact with the cat's body, but he ran off into the woods. Griff asked him, "How close were you to it?" "Close enough to see his peaches," Grandpa answered. The people in the area were told about the large cat, and everyone kept a rifle on hand. But no one ever got a killing shot on that cat. When I asked Griff, "Was it a mountain lion?" Griff said, "No, it was way too big, and it didn't move like a mountain lion, and the tail wasn't long enough." He sighed and said, "Dad and Grandpa said it was a wampus cat. Plus, mountain lions don't hunt in packs, and more than one person said they had seen the biggest cat, but never the group." I know that the big cat encounter isn't what you typically read on your channel, but if you have any idea of what it is, I would sure like to know. Mr. Hancock is one of the most cheerful men I have ever met. I'm not sure how old he is, but he has grandchildren my age, and I'm 37. Mr. Hancock lives on the Haskell-LaFleur County line. It's where he was born, and in his words, "I'm not dying in a stinking hospital. I plan on dying in my garden, so when I drop over, just shovel dirt over me and plant some tomatoes over my carcass." Mr. Hancock's dad died while he was very young, so his grandpa became his father figure. His grandpa took him and his twin brother fishing in the creek that runs through his property to help ease the pain of losing their father. Soon after, they began their fishing trips. They would have something take the apples they would take to have for a snack. They saw several little footprints in the soil surrounding the cloth sugar sack that they would use to carry the apples in. The sack would be laying on the ground, but the apples would be gone. His grandpa said it was probably a hungry little Indian child that liked apples. Being a typical little boy, he believed it, and for a long time he and his twin brother believed that there was a family of wild Indians living in the woods. They only took apples, so the boys weren't afraid. One day, their grandpa let the boys go fishing by themselves and said that if there was any trouble, they were to yell like a bunch of banshees, and he would come running. So the two young men felt like they were grown, and they were going on an adventure, even though they were less than 200 yards from the back door. After a few minutes of fishing, Mr. Hancock's brother tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Look at that," in a calm voice. When he looked up, he saw a light brown animal on 2 legs watching them from the other side of the narrow creek. He said it was about the same size as they were. The twins smiled and waved. The critter waved back at them. They continued to fish, and the critter stood there, watching them, even mimicking their casting motions. They fished for over an hour with that critter watching them. When they would catch a small perch, the critter would whistle softly and make a whistle sound. They were not afraid of the critter. It was their size, and probably just needed a friend as much as they did. They were fishing and laughing when all of a sudden the critter walked away and off into the woods. They looked around to see what made the critter walk away, and they could see their grandpa walking towards them, carrying a large pail and that sugar sack full of apples. Their grandpa walked up and sat down between them and opened the lunch pail. "Granny said to call you boys in and eat lunch, but I told her outdoors men eat out in the wild." The twins replied, "But we can still see the back door, Grandpa." Their grandpa said, "To some folks, this is the wild frontier, and to some other folks, this would be like living in town." He handed the boys a sandwich and a bottle of root beer, and they began to eat lunch. Grandpa was telling them stories that his grandpa had told him about life in a faraway land called Tennessee. Grandpa was halfway through a story when he stopped mid-sentence. Quietly he said, "Boys, look there. I believe we found our little Indian." It was their furry little friend. He came back, and he was standing in the same spot that he was standing in before he walked off. The critter sat back down and watched them eat their lunch. Grandpa said, "I bet that little guy would like to have some lunch too." Then he got up, and he grabbed a sandwich and a few apples and walked over towards the critter using a plank for a bridge. The whole time, Grandpa walked closer to the little guy. He was humming a tune like most people from around here anyway, like most people use when they are approaching an animal that they want to get close to without scaring it away. He got about 10 feet away from the little guy before the critter slowly got up and walked away. Grandpa sat the food down and walked back to the boys. They finished their lunch. Soon the critter came back and sat down again and began to eat the food. That little guy packed away the food like a grown man, and soon all the food was devoured. Grandpa took the remaining apples over to the little guy, who stood up but didn't walk away. He only picked up an apple when Grandpa crossed the creek and rejoined his grandsons. Grandpa then told them that his grandpa had told of such critters in that mythical land of Tennessee. The twins asked him, "Did it follow you all the way from Tennessee?" "They didn't follow me. I was born in a cabin over the hill yonder," Grandpa said, motioning with his head. They sat there watching their new friend. Then there was a high-pitched whistle coming from the trees. The little guy shot right up and trotted off toward the sound. "His mama called him," Grandpa said. "And speaking of mamas, we need to get back to the house before y'all's granny starts looking for us." They got up and walked back to the house. Mr. Hancock asked his grandpa, "Have you ever seen that little Indian before?" Grandpa replied, "Once, about the time you two were born. I saw him and his mama taking shelter from a storm in the old barn out by the woods. It was raining good, and I was going to hole up in that barn with old Rusty, Papa's cow horse. I was checking the fence on the hayfield, and a shower started. So I headed toward the old barn and was almost to the door when I saw that the barn was occupied. So I just turned around and headed home in the rain. That little Indian couldn't have been more than a month old when I saw them, but I have seen both of his folks several times." "Where at?" the twins asked. "Mostly by that old barn and in the timber lines. They know I'm not any harm to them, so they never run off," Grandpa said. "Has Granny seen them?" the boys asked. "Why, sure she has. She has seen that little Indian several times. In fact, she used to drop food by the old barn, but too many nosy neighbors started snooping around, so she just got sneakier on feeding the little Indians," Grandpa said. They walked in the yard where Granny was hanging laundry on the clothesline. "Granny," they said with great excitement, "we saw the little Indian." "Good," Granny said. "But you have got to keep him a secret, so no one will come hunting him with a gun." The boys vowed to keep the secret. The boys did not tell anyone, not even their mother. The years went by, and the twins fished in the same spot, and most of the time the little Indian would watch from the other side of the creek. They could get close to the critter, but they only touched it once. Mr. Hancock said that the hair felt like a hog's hair, rough, but he said that the critters didn't have a bad odor and that it smelled like a horse. Over time, the twins saw all three of the critters hundreds of times, but never once did they feel threatened. Mr. Hancock said the mother had a calming effect on him. When she was around, he felt like everything was going to be okay. Mr. Hancock's mom remarried a man that, according to Mr. Hancock, he has accidentally ran over skunks with more class. The man had a terrible drinking problem and an even worse temper. He was very mean to the twins, but they never told their grandpa. They didn't want him to go to prison. So they went fishing to get out of the evil emperor's sight. One day, the emperor followed the boys to the creek and demanded they go home and wash his truck. Mr. Hancock told him, "It's your truck. You washed it," since, he was the one that got it all muddy. The emperor took off his belt and began to swing it at the boys, landing several blows, causing both boys a lot of pain. That's when they heard a rumble in the trees and the most blood-curdling roar they had ever heard. The emperor dropped the belt and turned around to see that the little Indian's daddy was crossing the creek. He was breathing heavily and had his chest stuck out as if to say, "You want to play rough? Okay. Here I am, big boy." And he charged towards the emperor. The boys took the cue, picked up their poles, and made dust fly as they ran toward Grandpa's house. Grandpa was running towards them with a shotgun in his arms. They stopped, and Grandpa told them to get to the house and stay there till he came back. The twins got inside the house, where a red-faced granny was looking out the window. "Don't let Grandpa shoot the Indian," they pleaded with her. "Grandpa's not going to shoot the Indian," she said. Granny stood there, looking out the window with a little vein popping out of her neck. Finally, Grandpa walked in the house. He laid his shotgun on the table and sat down. "Well?" Granny asked. "Well, he soiled himself like a little baby, but he won't be taking a belt to anyone else," Grandpa said. They could hear the sounds of the Emperor's truck leaving. "Don't worry about him any more," Grandpa said. "He didn't hurt the Indian, did he?" they asked. "It's going to take more than the Emperor to hurt the little Indian's daddy. It would take 1,000 emperors to even make the Indian's daddy look up," Granny said. "He must have heard you boys yelling in pain the same as we did, but he was a lot closer than we were. Good thing for him that I wasn't closer, or else he would have hoped that the Indian's dad got a hold of him," Granny said, and she took a .38 revolver out of the pocket of her apron. "What happened?" the boys asked. "Well, the Indian's daddy was going to show him how tough he really was. But the big guy, well, he couldn't get past the smell of a grown man filling his britches. The Emperor hurt himself even more trying to get away. He slipped on his own poop trying to run away, but the big guy stood above him, panting and snorting like a mad bull. I don't think the big guy would have hurt him unless he was provoked. But it's hard to provoke something when you're slipping in your own poop." The boys spent the night at their grandparents' house, and that evening Granny made a huge cobbler and had the boys set it out by the creek. The 3 critters were sitting on the bank, chattering with each other. Mr. Hancock said you could hear what sounded like laughter coming from the mom and the little one. They set the cobbler down and said thank you, and the dad nodded. Mr. Hancock said they understood what they said. The next morning, they found the large metal cobbler bowl sitting on the back porch steps. Mr. Hancock's mom and the Emperor went their separate ways. The years went by, and the brothers fished the same spot. Their furry buddy would sometimes join them, and sometimes the parents would. Their furry buddy grew to be 9 feet tall, and he was massive in the chest. One day, Mr. Hancock's draft notice came in the mail, but his brother intercepted the letter and reported to the draft board for his brother. By the time Mr. Hancock found out what had happened, the bus had already left, and no one at the draft board would believe him. While his brother was away, Mr. Hancock would go fishing. His buddy would join him, and for the first 2 weeks the little Indian would glance at the house and then back to Mr. Hancock as if to ask, "Where's the other one?" "He's away for a little bit," Mr. Hancock said, with tears in his eyes. He knew that that crazy Asian war was a bad place to be. The whole family prayed for his safe return. And 2 years later, he came back home, and the first thing they did was go fishing in the same spot with their furry buddy. Then their buddy stopped showing up. The boys looked for him, but they couldn't find him. They saw his parents, but the little Indian was nowhere to be found. They looked for signs of a body, but they couldn't find one. Then one day in the hayfield, they spotted a familiar brown dog out in the tree line. They walked closer, and soon they could see 2 brown figures, and the smaller one was carrying a little brown furry bundle. They now knew why they hadn't seen their little Indian. They told their grandparents what they had seen. Grandpa smiled that sly smile. Well, well, the little Indian has his own little Indian. Soon after that, the twins were at the old barn. They had kept it repaired just so their friends would have a dry place to sleep. They saw fresh dirt piled in the shape of a large man. They knew what it was, but they didn't know which one it belonged to. A few days later, they saw the little Indian and his mom standing over the grave. Not far away was the young female cuddling her baby. Mr. Hancock said that the two of them had tears in their eyes, and they were mourning their loss just like anyone else who has lost a loved one. Soon after the old man passed, the family group left. The brothers looked for them, but after a few years, it was for certain that the family had moved off. But the boys kept an eye on the tree line. Last fall, when Mr. Hancock's twin brother passed away, he went back to that creek to go fishing and to have a chat with his old memories. He sat in his cloth camping chair. He was watching his bobber when he saw a brown figure in the water's reflection. He slowly looked up, and just behind the willow thicket, he saw a familiar-looking face with a smile. He waved, and the critter waved back. Then there was that old familiar whistle. He looked to see the critter that made the sound, and there in a small opening was a young female. Too young to be the little Indian's daughter, but maybe, just maybe, it was the little Indian's granddaughter. Only time will tell if this new little Indian is up to making a new friend. Now, at the end of this email, Christopher left me this comment, and I wanted to share it with you because I think it's got a good thought in it. These beings have shown a large range of human emotions. They shed tears when they mourn, and they do bury their dead. They have a language, and they tell of their own history. After gathering up these stories, it's hard for me to go on calling them animals. I've got a few more people to interview, but I've got to weed through them and try to pick the ones out that's true and the ones made up by meth addicts. That's the bad part of this, but that's the way it is with everything else. One person can ruin the credibility of 24 honest folks, and the media seeks out those tweakers to ruin the credibility of the honest, sure enough, true stories.